I'm one of the 30 AI voice.
Awa. Hey, pura vida. Much love and respect to everybody that's tuned in. We got a good crowd going. Just want to make sure I gave everybody time. You know, sometimes the notifications don't be working right, but thank you for being here. Just trying to put something together here in between my busy days. You know, make it interesting, do a little recap and some new information and just some more correlation to what we've been learning. It's just going to get more interesting. It's going to get more real, really more accurate. So just having a good reference, going over information. All right, it's been a lot of videos. As you can see, hope you guys enjoying these images. You know, been a lot of videos, a lot of information. So make sure the new people understand what the journey, you know, the whole journey we've taken, everything we've learned together. Let me get a one. Make sure you guys can hear me. I might just be talking to myself right now. Let me know if you can hear me. All right. Thank you for that. Yeah, last video, right? We got a little bit into Jamestown and Roanoke, a lost colony, most likely, and most willingly it will be proven that, you know, these first initial colonists were people of color. Mainly, a lot of them were Sephardic Moorish people, you know, fleeing these so-called Catholic oppressors, you know, coming in many forms as Protestants, Presbyterians, Quakers, you know, New Christians, Conversos, Cryptos, even Catholics, you know, some of them fully converted, but, you know, secretly, or crypto, secret Jews, secret Muslims, crypto Muslims. All right. Let's not forget. Let's not forget who financed all these things. You know, who were the chip builders? Who knew the routes? Who had ancient trade going on from way back, past medieval times, even into ancient prehistory, you know, if you really look at it. Yeah, definitely. Download the book. As you said, just want to go ahead and just remind everybody. 1 second here. Okay. I actually have Jews and Muslims in British Colonial America here in my Patreon for any of my patrons to download. You know, if you like to support, you get a lot of great books here. If you like the information, this is a recent post I did the other day, the Powhatan tribes, Indians of North America, the Powhatan tribes. And, you know, this book, I actually screenshot the whole book because it was not even downloadable. So I screenshot the whole book, put it together on Acrobat, and here it is for the Patreons. If you'd like to support what I do, all this information, you know, you can support this way. A lot of great posts I do. Also share a lot of photos. And I share a lot of magazines there as well, like this one. I'm going to be sharing this whole series. I'm on issue number 4 here. This is the Ancient American magazine. Really good articles in here and stuff we're going to get into in future videos. All right. So again, if you like to support that way, you get the book there. If not, you can just find it on your own. The book can be found in archive.org. You know, just try to make it easier for my patrons. And just saying thank you for go ahead and helping me out. And again, we're gonna get started soon. I just wanted to make sure I get it people, you know, to come and arrive. It's been a long journey. You know, who's the Jacobites? How they were all described as having very black complexion. We got the ship manifest too. Showing these people's description, complexion. So we don't just got paintings, you know, or descriptions. We got muster rolls from 1745 ship manifest of the Jacobites. We've shown that. South Carolina. And the significance of these Sephardic Jews, Muslim Moors there in colonial times, you know. Great video we did put together. Check it out. Again, we're just referencing what we've shown before, Colonial Soldiers of Virginia. We've read the complete book of Virginia's colonial soldiers. I'm sorry. All right. And that was, again, Virginia's Colonial Soldiers by Lloyd DeWitt Buckstruck. And almost everybody in there, I would say at least more than 80% of the people listed in these roles were people of color. Who was the really minority? You know, who's the true minority, especially in colonial times? All right, Francis Drake, yeah. Shout out to Troy Johnson. About to change the world, Troy. And yeah, a truer depiction of what Francis Drake. We're gonna see a video right now. I want to kind of digest it and dissect it a little bit. We're gonna dodge the hijack, fair use. All right, she's gonna talk about Francis Drake a little bit. All right. Oh, Egyptology. Oh, what's Egyptology? Oh, Mason. Oh, what's Hermetics? Check out the video I did on that. How African really is it? Yeah. And let's not forget about the copper-colored nations of America. From the darkest copper hue to the lightest copper. Copper has many shades. America, the true old world. I know you guys don't believe me. Yeah, a lot of you still don't, but we had many phenotypes. I would say most of the phenotypes in the world were here. Every type of hair, you know. True old world. We're talking about true old world. Who looks like who? All right, so we're gonna get into what this lady's got to say here about the Black Tudors. Sorry, I was having a little technical difficulties here. All right, so let's just break down what this lady's fair use. This is the Gresham College YouTube channel. This is for education purposes. All right, I'm gonna add a little music because you guys made a little added, you know, more music, make it more interesting. But we're gonna dissect what this lady's saying just real quick.
Heard about trade with Africa was in the context of the 18th century slave trade. So I, like any good student, I decided to find out more and headed to the library. And quite quickly, I began to find references to this document, which when I read it, left me dumbstruck, because this document is from the Cecil Papers, the personal papers of Sir Robert Cecil, who was Elizabeth I's de facto prime minister by this point. And this document said that great numbers of Negars and blackamoors have crept into this realm since Her Majesty's troubles with the King of Spain. That meant that there were actually Africans living here in Tudor England.
She's going to admit all this. She's going to say, I think, you know, it's a theory, you know, again, you know, they don't have a full understanding, or, you know, maybe they just don't go deep enough, or they're gatekeepers. But, you know, we know that Europe was pretty swarthy, you know, remember, according to Benjamin Franklin. All right. Get a little bit of more of her real quick.
I had to find out more. Why was there nothing in the books that I had read? Why had I never heard about this? That if there were that many Africans in Tudor England, surely they would leave some record in the many, many documents that survive from this period. I began my search. Over the next few years, I found records of over 200 Africans living in England in the Tudor period. They appear in a whole wealth of different types of records, including many of them appear in parish registers like these ones, which record baptisms, marriages, and burials. You can see some of them here. Nicholas, a Negro of unknown parents, was baptized at the age of 3 years or thereabouts. This is the baptism on the left here of Fortunatus, a blackamoor. This is the burial of Margareta, a Moor. And this is the marriage of a man called John Okomi. It doesn't actually say he's African in that particular record, but we know he is from other records.
All right. So, yeah. Yo, why? Dodge the hijack big time. All right. So she just admitted, doesn't say African right here, but we've seen it. Yeah, show me the record. None of them say really African. They all say so-called Negro. We know, I know, a lot of the Sephardic Jews, Moors, people from Spain, Black Celts, a lot of these people, even Indians, right? Even Indians being sent to Europe were called Negroes once they were in Europe. So that's the hijack big time. You know, she's admitting they don't even know the parents. So there's what I wanted you to see is that, you know, things are coming out, right? Like eventually we're going to realize who was really the majority, who was the minority. All right. We got to think outside the box here. All right. One more thing. She talked about this lady here. I just want you to show. Okay. Well, first of all, she's going to admit she don't know who this guy is right here. All right.
There's these two fantastic portraits painted in the Netherlands around the middle of the 16th century. And both these gentlemen have remained to be identified. I hope someone does identify them at some point, but they're clearly not enslaved. The man on the left has quite an interesting, this badge in his hat is a clue to his identity because it's a pilgrimage badge. So if you visited the shrine of this particular saint, you would sort of pick up one of these badges as a souvenir. And this particular saint's shrine was very popular amongst the court of Margaret of Austria, who quite confusingly was actually ruling the Netherlands. So we think that he might have been part of that court. And this is probably my favorite. This is...
All right, so we think... All right, let me go back to the image. So we know who this is, right? I know you guys know who this is, right? We've learned a lot. All right. That's Charles V. Holy Roman Emperor Charles V. He's like, we know these are definitely not slaves, all right? So why do you even have to say that? Just because they got dark complexion, you want to even reference the word slaves? Of course they weren't slaves. Look at their attire. Look at their clothing. Look at their clothing, all right? Now, she says something key about the clothing. Now, she's either playing dumb with the rest of it, because if she sees the clothing, this is actually clothing that the Holy Roman Emperor or the Vatican, Royal Vatican will wear. That hat she was talking about, the emblem in Austria and Netherlands, yeah, Charles V was the Holy Roman Emperor. Together, you know, Spain and Netherlands and the Spanish-Dutch Empire during this time of the Holy Roman Emperor Charles V, all right? So she blew her own spot up and she don't even realize it, all right? All right. Charles V. I remember Carlos V. Now, she goes on to a lot of different things. Very interesting video. Go ahead and check out the full video. All right, just go to a couple parts because it's an hour long, you know. All right, let me see. All right, here we go. Talk about this lady. Again, dodge the hijack.
Mary Phyllis, the Moroccan convert. Our Father, which art in heaven. The strange words echoed around the church. Hallowed be thy name. Mistress Porter had helped her learn this verse and what it meant in preparation for the day. When she'd reached the end of the Lord's Prayer, Reverend Threcold asked her to rehearse the articles of her belief, and she did so carefully and fluently. Then he asked, did she desire to be baptized? Aye, she replied. And so they went to the font. The whole congregation called on God the Father through the Lord Jesus Christ to receive her into Christ's holy church. She had been in London 13 or 14 years now, since she was 6 or 7. She had seen the church spires every day towering over the city streets. She had heard these people speak of their God, of his great providence, of his heaven, and of his wrath. Finally, Reverend Threcold said, I baptize thee in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Ghost. Amen. And it was over. She was a Christian, and she could go forth and daily proceed in all virtue and godliness of living. So Mary Phyllis was born in Morocco in 1577, the daughter of Phyllis of Morisco, a basket weaver and shovel maker. And at the time of her birth, Morocco was in the throes of a civil war being waged between Abu Abdallah Muhammad and his uncle Abd al-Malik. And this culminated in the Battle of Alcazar in 1578, which is also known as the Battle of the Three Kings, because 3 kings fought and died there. The nephew, his uncle, and King Sebastian I of Portugal. And when Sebastian I died, there was actually a succession crisis in Portugal, which led to Philip II of Spain taking the Portuguese throne and becoming what was known as a universal monarch, maybe the first man with an empire on which the sun never set. And that's another thing I never learnt at school, that Elizabeth I's arch enemy, Philip II, the villain of the Tudor story, became King of Portugal as a result of a battle fought on African soil. So as I said, Mary came to London aged about 6 or 7 in 1583 or 4. And she starts out working in the household of John Barker and his wife Anne in Mark Lane, in the parish of St Olave Hart Street, right in the centre of the city of London, a bit north from the Tower of London. How did she get there? Well, we don't know exactly how Mary Phyllis came to London, but we do know quite a lot about how England's relationship with Morocco was developing at this time.
All right, so how did she get there? Well, Cody, man, we don't actually know. I think we think she's from Morocco, Now her last name is Phyllis of Morisco. That's her dad's last name. We know what a Morisco is, right? These were the Spaniard Moors who were converted forcefully. They converted over to Christianity or Catholicism. They were Moriscos. The Moriscos. She was a Morisco. And she got to England, and that's we know a lot of these Moriscos we're going to read today. We already read before. When they got expelled, they went all over the place. And a lot of them as servants, indentured servants or apprentice or whatever they had to go do. A lot of the time it was just family. So, I know she wants to indicate that this lady was a slave and all that. And again, she'll admit throughout this whole presentation, I think, my theory is, I don't really know, it's a great presentation though, when you look at the records and stuff, when we know how to, interpret it ourselves, right? When we can interpret it ourselves. So, I just wanted to go ahead and start with that. She talks a little bit about Drake. Right here, she's showing Drake's emblem. This is called the Drake Jewel. All right. And she was also talking about how Elizabeth and England, there was some trade connections there with Morocco. We know, the Queen Elizabeth hit her alliance with the Sultan of Morocco. They had split North America and the Caribbean so they can put on their sugar plantations. They said, you take the North. They gave it to her, in the Caribbean, they gave to the Morocco Sultan. Sugar, as we're going to read today, and we have read before, the sugar plantation system, all this sugar production was started actually in North Africa, then over to the Canary Islands, St. Thomas, off the coast of Guinea, and all these coastal islands of Africa by Sephardic Jewish, Portuguese, Moorish people, and then brought over to the Americas. They were the ones who started all these sugar plantations too in the Americas. All right, we're talking about people of color, as you can see here in the Drake Jewel. All right, who's that? And they want you to probably think that's a slave, supposedly. Who's that right there in the Drake Jewel? All right, let's see here what we got. Let's see what we got here. All right. So thanks for tuning in once again. Appreciate everybody that's here. We live, so I'm trying to make this a smooth transition. It's not always easy. Shout out to Maniac Beats. Shout out to the YouTube audio free library, Creative Commons. Shout out to Vizo Breeze. Yeah. Some of the beats you hear, Joseph Levels. All right, I was trying to get a story behind this image right here, and I found more than I actually thought I was gonna find, and this is for a whole other video. It gets pretty controversial and stuff, and I thought I'd save it for another time, but I just took some screenshots of what I was finding in there. All right, Moorish Zionist Temple of the Moorish Jews. All right. Says here, the family of Timothy Drew were members of the Moorish Zionist Temple in Brooklyn, New York, which was formed in 1889. Some books dated formation in 1899 by Rabbi Lou Richelieu. The Congregation of the Moorish Zionist Temple of the Moorish Jews in Harlem, copyright 1929, Rabbi Israel Ben Newman and President Mordecai Herman wearing the shawl. All right. Rabbi Mordecai Herman was member of the Marcus Garvey's Universal Negro Improvement Association, UNIA, in 1921. Mordecai Herman reformed the Moorish Zionist Temple, aka Cusham Congregation in Harlem, New York, with affiliate branches in Newark, New Jersey, and Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Rabbi Arnold Joshua Ford later joined Rabbi Samuel Valentine and Rabbi Mordecai Herman. Rabbi Ford and Rabbi Samuel Valentine split in 1924. All right, so I just went right away, Samuel, Valentine, Mordecai, Ford, a lot of these Sephardic Jewish surnames. All right, Ford is definitely one. It says here, Rabbi Ford started the Beth Benai Abraham. Ford included elements of Islam in his practice, writing prayers to Allah and observing Ramadan. His movement was Moorish, Israelite, Islamic, Freemasonic in nature. There's Rabbi Arnold Joshua Ford, Black nationalist who became the musical director of the Universal Negro Improvement Association in 1917. He was a member in the Scottish Rite Masons, where he served as master of the Memon Lodge Ford and Benjamin E. Burrell composed a song called Ethiopia, which speaks of a halcyon past before slavery and stresses pride in African heritage. Two themes that were becoming immensely popular, all right? So these weren't around. These were something new. These were new ideas, right? Something that was becoming popular. What? African heritage. These are the people promoting all this stuff. I mean, shout out to I think Top Guys did a great job, putting all together all this, the whole African society, and all these people who, kind of get involved in these religious, sects here and Christian sects here in the United States, and it turns out a lot of them, like as we see here, pushing like the whole African thing for some reason. All right, a lot of them happen to be in secret societies, as you see here. So I'm not saying anything, but once we see a pattern, we start saying, asking questions. So again, this is something that wasn't around. It was starting to become popular. Ford was thus prominently situated among those Muslims and Christians clergy, including George Alexander Maguire, chaplain general of the UNIA, who were each trying to influence the religious direction of organization. Ford and E.L. Gaines wrote the Handbook of Rules and Regulation for the Paramilitary African Legion, which was modeled after the Zionist Jewish Legion, and developed guidelines for the Black Cross nurses. He served on committees, spoke at rallies, and was elected one of the delegates representing the 35,000 members of the New York chapter of the First International Convention of the Negro Peoples of the World, held in 1920. At Madison Square Garden, Rabbi Ford was expelled from the UNIA, aka Garvey Movement, as he was head of the music and the band marchers. He was removed in 1923 due to mismanagement of choir payroll. It is possible that Drew Ali had in fact borrowed elements of his African genealogical narrative from Ford. As it is alleged that Rabbi Ford's Back to Ethiopia movement is what Prophet Noble Drew Ali referenced in the Moorish Questionnaire Key 89, and also in the Moorish Divine Constitution and Bylaws Act 6, and in the Moorish Holy Quran Circle 7. Rabbi Ford is also quoted in the Moorish literature pamphlet in the speech Industrious Acts of the Muslims. Some say it is him, while others say it is David Ford L. Other evidence suggests that Drew Ali was influenced by the Moorish Hebrews, was the importance he gave to Marcus Garvey, a feature notable among Ford's group, and the introduction of the word El, along with Bey, as a suffix to Moor surnames, which is consistent with the Hebrew Israelite and not the Islamic tradition. Note, Prophet Noble Drew Ali's family were members of the Moorish Zionist Temple, and Prophet Noble Drew Ali did know Rabbi Arnold Ford, who was a leader of the Moorish Zionist Temple and was the teacher of Chief Rabbi Wentworth Arthur Matthew. Ford taught both Amharic and Hebrew and Arabic in his Beni Abraham congregation. All right, so this is just another picture I saw there. It's a deep website. You guys should have seen all the info I saw in there and stuff, and different people it was talking about that I didn't even know played important roles. So eventually we're going to try to do a genealogical search, just like we did with Du Bois and all these people. It doesn't matter how long it takes me, I'm going to do it. All right, we're just going to let facts, genealogy and all that talk, no emotions. And it's okay to know thyself and everybody else, and individually you should know yourself. I think that any line has a deep history. It's not a negative thing. And then it talks here about Dr. Solomon Muhammad. We got into this during when we did our No More Misunderstanding videos series I did. All right, and he was influential in the Canaanite temple. All right. So I just wanted to show basically that there's a lot of influence here, with the, it's not just, now that we're talking about Sephardic Jews and Moors. Well, this has been around. And a lot of this time, these people, are involved in, setting up some organization, like movement, some religious Christian church or something. And, it's always, that's the pattern. This guy right here says Marcelino Manuel de Graça. It's Portuguese, better known as Charles Manuel Sweet Daddy Grace or Daddy Grace. Sweet Daddy Grace was born in Cape Verde Islands, Portugal, off the coast of West Africa, right? That's a heavily Sephardic Jewish, Moorish, and American Indian population. the Cape Verdeans. He came to America in 1903 and settled in New Bedford, Massachusetts. He was influenced by Pentecostal evangelic ministers, but sometime between 1914 he became affiliated with the Canaanite Temple. In 1919 he built the first United House of Prayer for all peoples by hand in West Wareham, Massachusetts. Sometime after a trip to Egypt, Grace received another calling to move to the Brooklyn community of Charlotte, North Carolina, and found the United House of Prayer for all people in 1925. All right. Yeah. All right. So so again, that was just a little bit of that, and we're gonna get into that a little more deeper. Yeah, this picture, you know. I just didn't want to just put it on the cover and be like, you don't even know what the picture is, Kurimeu. Well, you know, before I actually had used it before already, and kind of try to look for it, and you know, so we run into prior information I have not gone over, and I really want to. So, well, we're gonna get into that. Shout out to my boy here, K.S. Suits Makal. Suits Makal. The bat deity of Native American mythology, I believe. All right. Sharing one of my posts here. Go look out for that. It says here the Atlantic Journal and Friends of Knowledge, encyclopedic journal review of universal science and knowledge, historical, natural, and medical arts and sciences. All right. With numerous figures, editor C.F. Rufinsky, professor of historical natural sciences. This was from 1832. All right, because I know people get some people get in their feelings about, you know, I'm trying to make them un-Indian, or they, you know, we've been here thousands of years, Kurimeo, stop that, stop lying, you know, I'm just reading books, you know, I'm just reading books. So I get attacked by all kinds of people, you know, Pan-Africans, you know, so-called Aboriginals, you know, some Native Americans, some Mexicans, you know, little kids, they don't even know what they're saying. There's a bunch of little kids that create YouTube channels just to talk bad about people. And they're supposed to be Native American, and you know, they have no spiritual, like, no love, you know, it's all hate, no love. You know, I've never done anything personal to anybody or said anything. I'm not sure why people hate it, you know, because I understand it's a spiritual warfare out here. You know, I understand that. So it's not me they mad at, it's the spirit. Control your spirit, yo. So it says here the Americans cannot have sprung from a single nation because independently of the languages, their features and complexions are as various as in Africa and Asia. All right, their complexions are very various. It ain't just one shade, one color. Right, we find in America white, tawny, brown, yellow, olive, copper, and even black nations as in Africa. All right, white, black, white, yellow, olive, copper, white, black, everything. All right, America's the true old world. Also, we have dwarfs and giants, handsome and ugly features, flat and aquiline noses, thick and thin lips. All right. Now, people's like, what do you mean dwarfs and giants? Well, you never seen people who are 5 feet tall and never people who are 6'11", 7 feet. All right. So put those two people together and you would call, you know, you would say dwarfs and giants, right? We ain't always, you got to stay in the planet. Stop going out in your own little theories. All right. Now, when we're talking about giants, we got a future video on that. We'll see what the information says. All right. But I haven't done no videos on giants yet. All right. Just addressing some fools out there. But I just wanted to put this up and remind everybody, you know, we know who was here, right? You know, in my past videos, you know, it's been a long journey, you know, we're learning, all right? Okay. We're going to begin our presentation today. Let me see if we can get something. All right, sorry about that. Okay, so we have a book here. All right, just for in case nobody understands or somebody's new here about Curimeo, you know, who are you talking about? Jews? You talking about Israelites? Who are you talking about? So no, we're actually talking about the Jews and Moors in Spain. Yeah, the Jews and Moors in Spain. Spain, Iberia. Iberia, right next to Morocco, the Mediterranean, Portugal. All right. This is by Rabbi Jos Kruzkov. We're in this is chapter 17, the dispersion of the Jews. All right. We skipped a lot. We're in chapter 17. That's my number, my angel number. Shout out to everybody out there who knows what an angel number is. Chapter 17, dispersion of the Jews. All right. If you don't understand, you know, check out my video, Nations of the World, part 1, especially, you know, the difference between a citizen of Israel and what we're talking about here when we're talking about Sephardic Jews. All right. No disrespect intended to anybody. Fair use. Don't take us down. Exiles transported on ships. All right. On ships, right? Curimeo ships, man. West Africa, Curimeo. No, they ain't coming from West Africa. Thus mournfully closed the last chapter. These are sad words fraught with anguish and despair. Yet however sad, however despondent and hopeless, however much of grief and anguish and despair they convey, they befell the Jews of Spain, and they fell altogether. When they are asked to describe the sufferings and miseries which met the unfortunate exiles everywhere, in their fruitless search for a quiet spot where they might live or die in peace, ships stood ready in the harbors to carry nearly all of the banished 300,000 Jews, whithersoever it suited the captains best. All right, so again, these are moderate numbers because we're talking about they were very prosperous for hundreds of years with the Moors. All right, so we have others, you know, scholars that will question these numbers and talk about millions, right? Now it says here, into these ships, exiles were literally packed, all right? Literally packed in ships, crowded together without regard to sex or age, often mother torn from child, husband from wife, brother from sister, friends from friends, and separated on the coast meant separation forever. Words and the heart fail me to speak of the heart-rending cries of parent for child and child for parent, of husband for wife and wife for husband, or of the wailing and lamenting as Spain, the land of their birth, the home of their comfort and luxury and blessings. All right, Spain, not Africa, right? Spain, not Africa, Spain, place of their birth, slowly faded out of sight and finally disappeared beneath the horizon. All right, now you tell me if that don't sound like what happened to Kunta Kinte and the so-called African slave stories, how they were snatching people, separating families, babies from their moms. All right, now we're talking about a real history here. When we're talking about Mr. Plagiarizing Alex Haley, who got sued for plagiarizing a fictional book called The African, but this fictional book most likely was inspired by real events, real history, and we've already shown the indentured servitude system in colonial times and how that worked. We already know a lot of these, and most of these, most likely, majority, were people of color during this time. All right, we're gonna get into this. Oh, Curimeo, that's just a big thing to say. I mean, how can you prove that? If it talks like a, right, duck, if it moves like a duck, if it flies like a duck, if it has a color like a duck, then it's a duck, right? Everything is pointing at that. All the sources, all the history. All right, we're gonna continue. All right. So this is further on in the book. When they're put on ships, what they were doing to them when they were putting them in the ships, right? Once they got out of the town, because, you know, they were at the mercy of these pirates, so-called pirates or captains or whoever was, you know, and, you know, they were They were known to have supposedly gold and money and all that. You know, whether we can verify this information here, you know, most likely we've seen journals of it. A lot of this, a lot of we know what these people went through. We know like the Huguenots, also a lot of the Protestants, and Sephardic diaspora throughout Europe. But it says here, it says, no sooner were they on high sea when men and women and children were ordered on deck, commanded to disrobe publicly, regardless of innocence of youth and modesty of sex. Many a virgin and many a youth, many a husband and many a wife dared to resist, not that they had money concealed, but for shame's sake. And the raging billows rocked them into their eternal sleep for their resistance. All right, they killed them. Disappointed in their search, their thirst for gold was more excited. Body after body they ripped open before the eyes of unfortunate exiles in the belief that they must have swallowed their gold and precious jewels. And disappointed in this, there followed a scene, a more detestable and dastardly one the sun never shone upon. All right, you hear that cruelty going on? These are people of color, right? From Spain. All right, so we're supposed to feel sorry for other, genocides and holocausts, but it's a lot of the stuff they never tell us about. And, fair use, we're just learning here. Don't take us down. It says, when the sailors had finally satiated their brutal lust upon the innocent and helpless and faint from terror and torture, and when the still surviving victims had been made to cleanse the ships from every trace of the blood of their friends and kin, they were seized and dropped into the ocean without a pang of conscience, and as unconcernedly as if the great God had created Jews for no other purpose but to appease the beastly appetites of inhuman sailors and serve as food for the fishes of the sea. All right? Again, these Catholics are doing this, right? It's a religious warfare. Deep, it's not about complexion. Another captain was somewhat more merciful, whether he had to expiate some of his tender heartedness by humiliating penance. Ecclesiastical history has neglected to record. He set all his exiles on the shore upon a desert coast, leaving the weak and the suffering pitilessly a prey to wild beasts and to starvation. One of these unfortunate deserted exiles who survived tells us how he saw his wife perish before his eyes, how he himself fainted with exhaustion, and upon awakening beheld his 2 children dead by his side. For weeks, roots and grass furnished their food. Each day brought fresh miseries and fresh graves. These were days such as Shakespeare speaks of. Each new morning, new windows howl, new orphans cry, new sorrows strive heaven on the face. It says, mothers unable to bear the pinning of their children struck them dead. All right? I know a lot of you read scripture. Hey, I don't know if this is sounding familiar. So mothers unable to bear the pinning of their children struck them dead and then took their own life. Whole families folded themselves in love and embrace, and while thus embracing, ended their life with their own hand. When the wind beast came upon them, the exiles plunged into the sea and stood shivering in the water for hours and hours until the beast retreated. Warily they made their way onward until at last they beheld the joyous sight of human settlements. Exhausted they lay along the coast, wasted by suffering and disease, and half demented from starvation. Down to the shore came the priest, and holding a crucifix in one hand and provisions in the other, the unfortunate Jews were given the choice between Christ and starvation. So you choose Christ or you die. Convert or die. That's the Inquisition. Another shipload was cast out by a barbarous captain upon the African coast. So listen to this. People, Sephardic Jews being brought to African coast, right? Are reversed, where the African savages pounced down upon them and abandoned themselves to fight for cruelties. You heard what happened when they dumped them in Africa? West Africa, where they're supposed to, a lot of these Hebrew Israelite camps, attacking me, telling me, oh, you're, they're coming from what, it's actually in reverse a lot of this time. A lot of those were Sephardic Jews that were being taken as slaves or just servants or just being dumped in West Africa, The men and Jews they sold into slavery. The defenseless women were brutally ravished. You know what that means. The children at their mother's breasts, the aged and the sick and the infirm were mutilated and tortured and murdered by the thousands. That's on the African coast. Another shipload landed in the harbor of Genoa, all right, Italy. A graphic picture of their suffering is given by Genoese historian and eyewitness of the scenes, which he describes as follows. No one says he could behold the sufferings of the Jewish exiles unmoved. A great many perished of hunger, especially those of tender years. Mothers with scarcely enough strength to support themselves carried their famished infants in their arms and died with them. Many fell victims to the cold, others to intense thirst, while the unaccustomed distress incident to a sea voyage aggravated their maladies. All right. It says here, many of the Portuguese Jews settled and became prosperous in the Indies, in southern France, and in Hamburg. All right. So now we're getting into, all right. So I was reading this just so you guys can get a little, you know, I know we just read sometimes, you know, the Jews and Moors got expelled, but we're not really thinking of all the stuff that's going on in between. And a lot of this stuff happened, you know, and it didn't just happen in a fictional story, you know, how they told us growing up. It was actually happening to real people, you know, and also people of color. So I believe we should care, you know, doesn't matter, you know, people are people, you know, a lot of these people. That's why it was easier for them to come to the Americas, and they were being oppressed, a lot of them. So, you know, they hooked up with Indians, you know, who are also being oppressed, you know. So that's the whole point of this. You can understand, you know, that a lot of the history they tell us is like actually real. Is just told to us in a different way. They steal the narrative and, you know, just change it up, change locations, you know, paper genocide, and you know, then we got so-called history. It says here, many of the Portuguese Jews settled and became prosperous in the Indies, in southern France. All right, southern France. All right, Huguenot and Hamburg. Others settled in the Netherlands. All right, New Jerusalem. All right, Amsterdam, and became especially prosperous in Holland. From Holland, large numbers of the descendants of the Portuguese and Spanish exiles entered England. All right, so Holland, Netherlands, the Dutch, right? These Dutch captains and ships and pirates. Who were they really? And from there, they were entering England. All right, we just got Phyllis the Morisco. She was in England, even though the ladies admitted she doesn't know how she got there. So how does she know she didn't come through Holland? Right? Through the intercession of Manasseh ben Israel. All right, Manasseh ben Israel, we got his book. He wrote The Hope of Israel. He wrote a whole chapter, and he put out also Antonio Montesino's account of what they saw here and how they had found the lost tribes. These people believed it was the end of the world, and then being persecuted and everything, and how they had found hope in America, the hope of Israel in America, because they had found their so-called long-lost cousins, the lost tribes, the lost tribes. This is all written. Don't kill me. And we ain't talking about religions here when we're talking about lineages and nations, blood. And from England and from the Indies and from Italy, they entered the United States. All right, America. They came here into the land where tyranny is known no more and persecution is fettered fast. Here dwell Christian and Jews side by side, peacefully, lovingly, aiding each other, uniting with each other in the blessed work for which religion exists on earth, and in the spreading of the great principles of political and religious liberty. Here where Christian extends the hand of fellowship unto Jew, and the heart of the Jew beats as loyally American as that of the Christian. Solemnly they pledge, we swear to be a nation of true brothers, never to part in danger or in death. That's deep right there. So you see what's the American Revolution and the Constitution and freedom of religion and all that really about? Who was it for? Who was it really for? Because here a desperate struggle ensued. So they're talking about once they expelled the Jews, basically the Moors were next. All right, province after province, the Moors were forced to yield to relentless foe. At last, all was lost. The Mohammedan power in Spain was crushed. The Moors and Jews were given the choice between baptism and expulsion. All right, Moors and Jews, hundreds of thousands of them, paying allegiance to the Church of Christ and remained. So a lot of them was like, all right, we'll pretend to be Catholics or Christians. Hundreds of thousands of them, true to their faith, parted heartbroken from the land that was dearer to them than their own life. All right, not Africa, Spain. Who? Moors land? Where? Spain. Moors, their land, dearer than their own life. Spain, Europe, Spain, not Africa. The remaining baptized Jews and Moors were soon suspected of relapsing into their old faith. They relapsed. And the Inquisition was brought and burned them by the thousands. All right, these people got burned at stakes. Who does that start happening to, huh? In the America, supposedly, right? Burned at the stake in thousands, right? And then the ranks of the exiled Jews. With amazing swiftness, Spain's once invisible power began to disappear, becoming weaker with every century. And today, the population of more than 30 million of people before the expulsion of the Jews and Moors, all right? So I told you it was millions, has dwindled down to about 1/2 of that number. While her neighboring countries have increased in numbers and prosperity, so rapid was the fall of Spain, says Buckle in his History of the Civilization of England, Volume 2, Chapter 1, that the most powerful monarchy existing in the world was depressed to the lowest point of debasement, was insulted with impunity by foreign nations, was reduced more than once to bankruptcy, was stripped of her fairest possessions, was held up to public opprobrium, was made a theme on which schoolboys and moralists loved to declaim, respecting the uncertainty of human affairs. Truly did she drink to the dregs the cup of her own shame. Her glory had departed from her. She was smitten down and humbled. The mistress of the world has gone. Her power was gone, no more to return. All right, so that's deep right there. I wanted to put that in here, make sure I got that. Basically letting them know how once they got rid of the Jews and Moors, Spain was no more. All their glory, all that glory that Spain had was because of the Jews and Moors. All right. So that was deep right there. So who's the Jews and the Moors? It says here in this book, let me see. The Jews and blacks in the early modern world, all right? Sorry about that. Jonathan Scorch is the author. All right. Jews and blacks in the early modern world, Jonathan Scorch. I'm going to read here. It says, there are some medieval Jewish expressions to the effect that Jews were seen in Europe as black and ugly. Keep it in mind that blackness or whiteness is always a relative matter. Indeed, the metaphysical reading one text gave to this color scheme reflects a polemical usage. Such usages, such physical theories acquired, perhaps always had, the 13th century text of polemics by R. Joseph and Nathan Official and the Sephardic Jashan, a guide for Jews disputing Christians, probably written in early 14th century German lands, contained nearly identical answers to charges of Jewish ugliness and blackness. All right. The heretics, example Christians, ask and say, why are majority of Gentiles, example Christians, white and attractive, while the majority of Jews are black and ugly? All right, you hear that? Reply to them that it is comparable to fruit. When it begins to blossom, it is white. After it is finished, then it turns black, as with sloes and plums, and every fruit that is red to begin with. When it is done, is white, as with apples and pears or apricots. And this is testimony for Israel, that they are pure of menstrual blood. And there is here All right, so that's their little explanation. So again, we're just reading references from these times, what they're saying. Continue here, it says, early modern non-Jews in Western Europe also appeared to be confused or ambivalent about the color status of Jews. The English Sir William Barrington visited one of the Sephardic synagogues in Amsterdam in 1635 and wrote that the Jewish men were most black and insatiably given unto women. Insatiably. I have trouble with that word. In 1643, Isaac de la Pereire, sounds like Pereira, contended that once the Jews convert to Christianity, they will no longer have this dark complexion. So this is deep, almost like how you say that? Like a metaphor, right? And so is this what we see when we're looking at census? When they're talking about dark and black, are they just talking about maybe because they're not Christians or seen civilized in the eyes of the census taker? But it's deep. Either way, we know so-called Jews of Spain and Portugal were very dark. We got the actual numerous references on other sources already in past videos. We know what the Moors look like, of course, right? I mean, or are we saying there that the Moors are white now, right? Or they're still so-called black, right? Moors are still so-called black, right? Okay. So a lot of these so-called Sephardic Jews are Moors. All right. So it's interesting. Now they say, so if you convert to Christianity, you will no longer have this dark complexion. They will change faces, and the whiteness of their complexion will have the same brightness as an Englishman. John Greenhalgh visited the Jews synagogue in London and wrote a friend about it in 1662, describing the chief ruler, probably the president of the Parnassim, as a very rich merchant. All right, who's the merchant? A big, black, fierce, and stern man. He was a big, black, fierce, and stern man. At the letter's end, Greenhalgh reiterated with ethnographic precision that the 100 or so Jews he saw at the synagogue are all generally black, so as they may be distinguished from Spaniards or native Greeks. All right, 100 or so, all of them in the synagogue. All right, this is in London, all right, England, the Jews, all right, black, so-called black. For the Jews' hair has a deeper tincture of more perfect raven black, all right, a little bit different than the Spaniards and Greeks, all right, which are also so-called black. The only distinguish is the hair, a little bit of the hair texture. In 1690, the Reverend Robert Kirk of Aberfoyle visited the same Church Alley synagogue, and in his depiction of the worship with almost identical ethnographic punctuation, he said, and this is quotes, "They were all very black men and indistinct in their reasoning as gypsies." All right, just like the gypsies. We got that newspaper from the 1800s in Louisiana in my Acadian video that we did recently, telling us that the gypsies were so dark. They were like a whole different Negro race, apart from the other Negroes that were there. All right, the gypsies. All right, we're talking about OG gypsies, the OG gypsies. All right, Egyptians, the Romani, the people from the promise, people of the promise, Ramon, Pomegranate. Look into that, 42. Shout out to Drop Nation. Similar portrayals continued into the 18th century and later. William Black, Secretary of Commissioners, appointed by Governor William Gooch of Virginia to deal with the Indians, described Hester Levy, a daughter of the wealthiest and best-known New York Jew, Moses Levy, whom he met in June 1744, as a very well-made, her complexion black, but very calmly. She had two charming eyes and well-turned, with a beautiful head of hair, coal black. All right. As late as 1753, during the debate in England over that year's Jewish Naturalization Act, one polemicist suggested that anyone who wanted to look Jewish, all right, should rub herself with walnut husk to fix such an indelible hue and make you complete olive beauties with a lively complexion like that of the new Negro from the coast of Guinea. All right, boom. You want to look Jewish, you gotta grab some walnut, man. Paint yourself like a walnut, man. You might get that olive hue like the new Negroes of the coast of Guinea. All right. Shout out to the person who sent me this reference. I believe it was on Instagram. I forget the name, but he knows who he is. Shout out to you, brother. Thank you for sharing this with all of us. And I found the book, I just took out this part right here real quick. Yeah. Lady Maria Nugent visiting an 1803 theater performance in Jamaica's Spanish Town explicitly separated Jews and whites in her depiction of the audience. Members who were all of colors and descriptions, blacks, browns, Jews, and whites. So she said, Jews over here, whites over there. Yeah, in Jamaica. There's also a vulgar error that the Jews are all black, for this is only true of the Portuguese ones, who marrying always among one another beget children like themselves, and consequently the swartiness, all right, the swartiness of their complexion is entailed upon their whole race, all right, swarty, even in the northern regions, even in the cold places, all right, swarty. But the Jews who are originally of Germany, those, for example, I have seen at Prague, are not blacker than the rest of their countrymen. All right, they're not as black. They didn't say they were white. They said they weren't as black. All right. Towards the latter end of the 18th century, one finds the same change ability of the Jews expressed in updated nuances and geographic context. The Reverend Samuel Stanhope Smith wrote that the Jews are fair in Britain and Germany, brown in France. They're brown in France. Fair? That could be light skin, right? Brown in France. And in Turkey, they're swarty. In Portugal and Spain, they're swarty. All right, so brown in France and Turkey, right? And then they're swarty in Portugal and Spain. That's what we're talking about today, right? The Jews and the Moors of Portugal and Spain. We know Moors are swarty, right? So Jews are swarty too, same. People of color that just went through that, getting ripped apart, being packed in ships, right? They say they're olive in Syria and in Chaldea. They're tawny or copper colored in Arabia and Egypt. All right. Perhaps the best indication that the balances involved in such distinctions also conveyed metaphysical import is the title of mid-17th century English translation of a conversationary tract aimed at Jews by the formerly Jewish Samuel of Morocco, the Blessed Jew of Morocco, or a blackamoor made white, being a demonstration of the true messiahs out of the law and prophets of Rabbi Samuel. A blackamoor made white. All right, that happens so much in history. Yeah. Christians thought, especially among Iberians, often equated Jews and blacks in a moral manner. The 15th century Portuguese poet Álvaro de Brito Pestaña explicated the term Marrano in the following lines, punning on the general negative meaning of Negro. All right, Marranos are Negroes. All right, Marranos were supposed to be converted Jews into Christianity. Right, people were calling them Negro. Marranos, Marrano. Right, Moreno. Yo soy Moreno. Right, Moreno, Marrano. Cimarron, maroon, brownish, marron, brown. But such views may be passed off as mere descriptive statements about the darkness of Sephardic Jews. The darkness of Sephardic Jews, they soon connected intimately with prescriptive notions based on the significance of physiological or racial characteristics. Thus, in 1750, petition from Kingston, Jamaica, Christians objecting to a recent attempt by Jewish landowner to vote presented the following argument. All right, so this is deep. We're going to get into why. So, because it has something to do with the black codes. All right, so now a Jewish guy wanted to vote and somebody had a problem with that. It says here, though a mulatto of the fourth descent may vote at elections, yet the Jews, many of whom are mulattoes, right, that degree are by our wise legislature absolutely excluded from that privilege, all right? You could be a mulatto, but not if you're a mulatto Jew. You can't vote if you're a mulatto Jew. It is being expressly enacted that they, the said mulattoes, shall enjoy all the privileges and immunities of His Majesty's white subjects of this island, provided that they are brought up in the Christian religion, it being also unlawful to employ any Jew in any of the offices of record, they being put in the regard on the foot of mulattoes and Negroes. All right, they're lower. You see what they're saying? That Jews are lower than mulattoes and Negroes by an act of the Governor, Council, and Assembly of this island. All right. American Jewish Archives, Sephardim in the Americas, by Martineique Cohen, guest editor. It says here, journal devoted to the preservation and study of the American Jewish experience. Jacob Rader Marcus, PhD. All right, so these people with their degrees. It says published by the American Jewish Archives on the Cincinnati campus of the Hebrew Union College, Jewish Institute of Religion, Dr. Alfred Gottstuck, president. All right, and it says here, in Martinique. So we actually read this book in my previous videos, a lot of it. Make sure you get that Nations of the World, the Sephardic, videos I did. Catch up on those if you haven't been able to. All right. So this is just signed to remind. Again, we're just going over some information here. Try and put it all together again, put the pieces more clearly, little by little, a better understanding. It says Martinique here, a few of Recife's refugees found their way to Martinique. They mean Sephardic Jews who left Recife, Brazil, after the Catholics took over again. Because they were in Brazil for a long time. All right. Now it says in Martinique, where they were joined by Portuguese Jews from southwestern France. All right. Encouraged by Colbert King Louis the 14th minister, the community grew and by 1676 was able to build a synagogue in the capital town of St. Pierre. The same year, Benjamin da Costa, right, the da Costa family, we have a da Costa family in South Carolina video I did. They were Irish mulattoes or Irish black people, slave owners. All right, and da Costa Sephardic, so we already know they're not really Irish, they're just Sephardic ancestry that had lived in Ireland for a while. Andrade went to Amsterdam to acquire both a bride and a Torah scroll, which he brought back to the island. A 1680 census lists 80 Jews. A subsequent one, 3 years later, lists 96. But in 1685, the Jesuits, who controlled trade in the French colonies, took advantage of Colbert's loss of power to persuade the king to introduce the Code Noir, Black Code, banishing all Jews from French colonies. That was the Black Code. Banishing the Jews from French colonies, Black Code. The majority of them left for Curaçao. Any surviving traces of this short-lived community disappeared when St. Pierre was wiped out in the eruption of Mount Pelée in 1902. All right, evidence got destroyed. How convenient. The Black Code being applied for the banishment of Jews, all right? It was applied to, has something to do with the Jews of the island. It says here, Haiti. In 1697, Spain ceded the western third of the island. Columbus had named Hispaniola to the French. They restored its Indian name, Haiti, under Spanish rule. Marranos, remember Marranos were so-called Negroes too? Marranos were to be found on the northern coast of Isabela. A Marrano, again, is a Sephardic Jew who's converted over to Christianity or Catholicism. All right? That's a Marrano. They would be found in the northern coast of Isabela, despite France's Black Code prohibiting Jewish settlement. All right, what is the Black Code for? Prohibiting Jewish settlement. What does the Black Code have to do with Jewish settlement there? Why? I thought that was for African slaves and slavery, right? I thought that was for Black Africans. What's it have to do with Jewish? Well, we know these Sephardic so-called Jewish people are so-called black. These black codes are being applied to so-called black people. Right, the Jewish settlements, there are indications of Jews doing business with almost every port on the island. Jews doing business in every port. Yeah, port Jews. Remember business, transatlantic connection, family network, Protestant, Jewish, Sephardic, Huguenot, Protestant, Atlantic connection. It's all in the family. You see, everywhere they went, they took over the ports. So every port on the island, right? Jews were doing business there. During the 17th and 18th centuries, the Gardes and the Mendes families of Bordeaux maintained trade depots. After the 1750s, a tax list dated January 16, 1765 shows 29 Jewish heads of families and Cap Haitian plus 8 others as either plantation owners or in widely scattered areas. Cap Haitian undoubtedly had a congregation and a cemetery, but the Black Uprising of 1790, the so-called Black Uprising, right? Who's these blacks? They just told us. So we look at the history, right? Indians and Sephardic Jewish people and a lot of these Latinos who were being brought to the Hispaniola are the ones who did the uprising. So when they say the Black Uprising, now you know, all right? In 1790, slaughtered or scattered Haiti's white population. The majority of the surviving Jews migrated to other islands or to North American mainland, right? The North American mainland. All right, we continue. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Thanks for tuning in. You know, I'm trying to keep track of who's there. Same time I'm reading here. And we go into this book. We've gone into it a lot before. You know, this book has a lot of drop, a whole bunch of drop, right? But I do want to be real with it. You know, it's very Pan-African. All right, like, yes, it's telling you that all these people were so-called black, but it keeps telling you that they came from Africa with no proof. You know, there's no proof of them originating in Africa at all. He's just saying it because it's a Pan-African view that the author has. Unfortunately, I'm not sure if he's as updated his studies or he's been watching. Not me, but at least doing his own research, following up on his research. Because I respect, you know, Mr. J.A. Rogers. We've learned a lot from him, a couple of his books. All right, but just wanted to highlight the part here that you know relates to what we're talking about today. All right, and it says here the Jews also brought in much Negro strain. So the Jews brought Negro strain. So you see how he's kind of like trying to separate Jews from being Negro. So it's like, oh, the Jews brought in much Negro strain, but at least he's admitting they were Negro, right? They had Negro strain in them. Some of the noblest of the Sephardic families, aristocrats of Jewry, were Negroes. So now you see how he says some, you know, but not some. Almost all of them. If any were not, it's because they mixed with white people. But the Sephardic Jews were so-called Negroes. All right. All right. Some of the noblest of the Sephardic families, aristocrats of Jewry, were Negroes. Isaac da Costa, all right, the da Costas, remember? Slave owners in South Carolina. Free people of color, the da Costa family, free people of color in South Carolina. Mentioned sons and grandsons of Don Jachia, Ben Jaish, who were royal treasurers, court physicians, astrologers, and royal favorites of the court of Castile and Portugal, one of whom was Don David Negro, who with another illustrious Israelite, Don Judah, all right, Don Judah, he don't play. In the following year followed Doña Leonora, widow of Don Fernando, whose favorites they had been in Castile. His name, Negro, is derived according to the author of the Chalsheth from Dos Negros, one of the three seigniories, which were given to his progenitor by the King of Portugal. You hear that? He's assigning these titles. The King of Portugal. Certain it is that the house of Braganza, with all the first of Portugal, have Jewish blood in their veins. All right. he mentions also another noble family named Negro bearing the same arm as Pretos. Preto was the name later used and still used in Portugal for Negro. All right. If you speak Portuguese, you know that, right? Preto. Pombal, in abolishing slavery in Portugal, decreed that the term Negro should no longer be used, says Wyndham. In Portugal, says this writer, mulattoes frequently rose to high positions. They were, and it ends there, continues another parts of the book, says here, the Negro came first to the Indies from Spain, not from Africa, all right? The Negro came to the Indies from Spain, not from Africa, all right? Not from Africa. That's what I'm trying to explain to you guys here. All right. He's going to add a little so-called African hijack here later on, but he's letting us know, you know, he's got the research. He's just trying to add the whole African thing because they're just the colored, basically. He has no proof of it. But he knows historically what the records are saying, what the ship manifests are saying, who they were putting under their encomienda repartimiento system, the Spanish and the Portuguese. A lot of them were the leftovers Jews and Moors they were trying to get rid of in Spain. We read what they were doing to them, right? Why wouldn't they bring them to work? Why would they kill all of them, right? When they needed free labor. Why would they go to Africa when they got the free labor? We're trying to get rid of hundreds and thousands of people. You understand what I'm saying? You guys paying attention? All right. So no, we're not talking about no patent, nothing. All right, we're talking about sources. All right, so look at the screen and follow along as we read sources. If it's your first video, we got over 200. You're kind of late to the classroom, but it's okay. It's never too late. Welcome to the classroom. Welcome to the classroom. All right. This is not about being pan anything. We're just tired about the generalization because we know we live in a pan-African world without proof. All right, because the truth is, when we read the ship manifest and everything, we know they were bringing their Ladino, Sephardic, Moorish people to work and to aid them in their conquest. All right, the ones that didn't flee or get murdered, they joined forces. A lot of them converted, became the conquerors, so-called Catholics, Christians, conquistadors. All right, so it says, and as Euclides de Acuna said of Brazil, the mulatto was not made in America. He came to us already made from the mother country, Spain. He was already a mulatto, man. It's a lot of deep history before people get and reach America. So that's just what we're showing you. The African Negro slave trade was more abundant during the 15th and 16th centuries for the peninsula than for America. All right. What African slave trade, right? But they're letting you know that if anything, it was more abundant over there in Europe than in America. All right. In the peninsula over there, they mean the Iberian Peninsula. In one city like Evora, Portugal, the Negroes undeniably exceeded the whites. Oh, really? We already know who the Portuguese and Spaniards are. Of course they did. Several thousands of Wolof, Mandingo, Guinea, and Congo slaves entered Lisbon and Seville. Show me the proof of that. Show me the proof of that. All right. This is what I'm saying about the author here. You know, that's the story they told people. That's the mainstream. When you go look into it, we've realized a lot of these, again, were Sephardic Moorish people. A lot of these were American Indians. American Indians. We got this whole video, right? We did a whole series, right? From indigenous American to African American. We know who the Portuguese, the Dutch, the Spanish were really enslaving. What the routes they were taking, really, they wrote them down. Who were they really putting in ships? All right. So either way, this is happening big time in Lisbon and Seville. We know Indians were being brought to Lisbon and Seville. We already got the sources for that. And without the bestial prejudices which afterwards recur in American societies of agrarian slaveholding economy, the Negroes and mulattoes were frequently emancipated and both rose to prominence by virtue of knowledge, art, valor, or love. says here, Negroes were adopted into the royal families, given the royal surname, all right? So they were given their surnames. So that's the hijack big time. Those were their surnames. They were Negroes. They weren't adopted. The people who adopted them were so-called, if they were adopting them, they were already so-called Negroes. Those were their surnames. That's the hijack. All right. That's why I say, J.A. Rogers, you got to step your game up with all respect. I understand you got some drop here. Yeah, there was black Europeans. Yup. They weren't all coming from Africa, though. All right. And Negroes didn't inherit these European names just because they got adopted. And I'm just trying to say that. All right. Well, Negroes were adopted, right? So he's trying to explain how they got the surname and accepted into marriage with the nobility. All right. So why would nobility marry slaves? Straight up. I'm asking you straight up. Why would nobility, when they're all about bloodlines and all that, and keeping the blood pure and who they marry and it's all arranged, why would they just marry random slaves that they fell in love with and adopted? It says here, Moreno Villa named several such, among them Don Alfonso Carlos de Bourbon, adopted son of Charles III and an architect. All right. Guzman de Alfarachi, who had a Negro sweetheart himself, mentions a Negro woman who lived like a great lady. Goya depicted the great Duchess of Alba holding her little black favorite tenderly, and Queen Isabella, mother of Alfonso the 13th, had a Negro favorite, Marie Marlene, who was a clever guitarist. All right. So again, a lot of these are the ones who slipped through history that they couldn't hide. So they were publicly, allowed to be known as Negro people, but then they try to add the African hijack into them. And they try to say that like Queen Isabella was white and all these other people were. No, don't think like that. Don't think just because they're saying these people are Negro that the other person is not Negro. That's what they want us to think. Juan Latino says here, Negro ex-slave was one of Europe's great Latin scholars and poets, but he happened to be an ex-slave, but he became Europe's great Latin scholars and poets. Does that make sense to you? From servitude in the household of the Duke of de Sessa, he became tutor to children of the nobility. And in 1565, a professor of the University of Granada, right? So a slave, right? Juan Latino, Latin Latino. He married one of his pupils, Ana de Carvajal, by whom he had 4 children. Carvajal is a Sephardic Jewish name, all right? A writer of the time said of his daughters, very beautiful, although mulattoes, elegant and dressed in the fashion of gentle women. 2 other noted mulattoes of that time were Cristobal de Menenes, a priest, son of noblemen, and a black woman, and Licentiate Ortiz, born a white father and a black mother. Cervantes, in his preface to Don Quixote, dedicates a poem to Latino. Lazarillo de Tormes tells of his mother's love affair with a Negro named Tejeras near Salamanca, and of her child by him. Illicit love affairs and marriages in high and lowly life were not uncommon, all without prejudice. The Count de Salinas Don Ciego Sarmiento says Gandia was the nephew of Pedro de Villandrado, Count Rivadeo, and a Negro woman. The Countess of Rivadavia was the illegitimate daughter of Juan Pimentel, Señor de Miranda, a female slave. Race mixture was so common, all right? Race mixture was so common in Portugal that even royal family was mulatto. The royal family was mulatto, all right? Even the royal family. So you see how they write this? Okay, so if you found all this correlation, what proof do you have that the other people were white? All these people, even the royal family was mulatto, all right? So maybe they lightened up after, eventually with time, not the other way around, like, some black people came into it. No. Now, we already know how the Portuguese and Spanish were, the Iberians and the Moors. They were there for how many years in rule in Portugal and Spain? Let's not forget all this. It says John IV shows evident Negro strain, and John VI was described as a dark mulatto by the French Duchess d'Abrantes, who was at his court. All right, swarthy Europe. Says the offspring of these Moors and West Africans dodged the hijack because that's his conclusion that they have to be Africans because they're black. All right. So Sephardic Jews and Moors, these black Europeans, basically, offspring of these Moors, these black Europeans were among the discoverers of the New World and the first builders of Latin America. All right. It's correlating with what we've already learned recently, right? As the Luz says, in that century, when the Portuguese acquired African possessions, they had already much colored blood in their veins. Portuguese, when they were getting to Africa, they were already colored. They were already colored. So why you do you see? I'm sorry. I just like, it's silly to me. Okay. It's just really silly to me. Right. Because after all this research and you write books about it and everything, you should have kind of like asked more questions. Maybe at the time, it wasn't time. We had like this spell over us. Or unfortunately, maybe somebody is a gatekeeper. I don't know. But I appreciate the knowledge dropped here, as much as you could, or were allowed to. As the colored blood had come to Portugal in dribbles and later and actually became a flood. Some of the whites and many of the Iberian, Gothic, Arabian, Negro offspring were of the dark-eyed girls of Cadiz. Their raven hair adorned with a single rose, of whom Byron wrote so ecstatically in Childe Harold's Pilgrimage. Undoubtedly owed much of their beauty to their mixture of African blood. All right, dodge the hijack. What Africans? Please show us the records that they went and got some Africans and they brought them here and that they were servants. And what tribe did they come from? What port did they leave? What ship did you put them on? You understand? We need all that now. Stop with that. Their compeers may be found in Latin America today. All right. The dark skin softened the glare of the white one to produce a complexion of matchless beauty. The most recent importation of Negroes into Spain are those in the army of General Franco. One of his prize cavalry battalions is made up of coal-black Moors. Coal-black Moors. Again, what happened to the Moors when they got expelled? Their heart fell for their land, Spain. They're not from Africa. They're from Spain. They find mates among the Spanish women, precisely as did the Moors of Tariq in 711. All right. Shout out to Saya. Much love and appreciation to you. Thanks for the donation. Hope you guys are enjoying this. Let me over here. They're trying to get me on YouTube over here talking about it's not suitable for advertisement. They said my video is not suitable for advertisement, they said. So I got to request a review. That's how they do me all the time here. Just a second. All right, we're going to get into this book. Again, we're going to do a little recap. What we've gone over before. All right. And again, this is the book, The Jews and Muslims in British Colonial America, a genealogical history. So we're getting a lot of different sources and views, right? We're trying to put it all together. It says, in this work, we present a series of colonial documents, a contemporary first-hand accounts, records, portraits, family genealogies, and ethnic DNA tests, results which fundamentally challenge the national storyline, depicting America's first settlers as white, all right, as white and British or Christian. We postulate that many of the initial colonists were actually of Sephardic Jewish and Muslim Moorish ancestry, all right, usually arriving as crypto-Jews with their religious adherents disguised and crypto-Muslims Moors, right? Moors. These immigrants served in prominent, right, economic, political, financial, social positions in all of the original colonies, all right? Very important. Original founders, the founding fathers, all right? I'm talking about original founders. We ain't talking about so-called pale-skinned people. They came in much later. You've never really been the minority. That's what I'm trying to tell you right now. You've never really been the minority. You still aren't the minority. Understand that. They made you think all this stuff. The evidence in support of this radical new narrative. This is a radical narrative, right? Radical. More radical than being from Africa. More radical than putting 200, 300 people on ships for like 2 or 3 months with, their drop-ins and their, coming out and they're lying there and, all the, that doesn't make sense. You got to go risk money, ventures, ships to try to go get people. You don't even know if you're going to go get them. You don't even know if you're going to be successful. You're going to die on the way. You don't even know anybody in Africa because you got no access to the mainland yet until after the 1880s. The Berlin Conference, right? Google the Berlin Conference. There is no European strongholds in the 1400s, 1500s. There ain't nobody grabbing millions of Africans during that time. But I do know they're grabbing hundreds and hundreds of thousands of Indians and Sephardic Jews and Moors and Huguenots and Protestants and all these undesirable, unwanted people from Europe and making them prisoners of wars and indentured servants. I can prove that. So how radical is this narrative really? But we'll call it a radical narrative if it helps people sleep at night. All right. It begins with an examination of the British colonial companies organized in England, all right, to bring settlers to North America and exploit the natural riches believed to be there. Of course, both Spain and France had already made forays into North America, found in St. Augustine and exploring parts of the coastline as far north as Newfoundland, though their activities as foreign powers are given short shrift in our Anglo-centric version of the birth of America. What is even less frequently mentioned regarding the Spanish and French settlements and voyages is that many of the colonists and sailors were Sephardic, Jewish, and Muslim Moorish descent. All right. They forgot to mention this to us in school, guys, when we were growing up. How can they? I mean, yeah, anybody would have forgotten that. I mean, yeah, we're humans, right? We forget things. We forget things, guys. So I think, yeah, they probably would have. Yeah, they would have forgot that. Texas. Hey, Texas, what's up? Why you forget that? Why didn't they mention to this? Why did my history teacher tell me this? Huh? Why are they still not teaching this in college today? And in these so-called schools of thought everywhere, on these little circles in YouTube and in these little sects and these chapters and all over the United States and all over the world. Why are they still not teaching this, huh? Some YouTubers. Why are they not teaching you this, huh? It's an uncomfortable truth to many. I understand. Right? But a lot of people's forgetting to mention this. Even now that the information is coming out, they're still sticking on to old doctrine. I just want to be this, man. I just want to know this. I don't want to know about that. All right. What, Kurimeo? That the actual colonists were Sephardic Jewish and Muslim Moorish people. I don't want to know that, Kurimeo. Several of those aboard Christopher Columbus' first voyage in 1492, and famously even Columbus Colon himself, were of Jewish ancestry. Right? He was a Portuguese Sephardi. The Portuguese Sephardic Jews were very dark complexion, remember? They were Jews or crypto Jews. All right. Moving on, it says we document that Spain's loss was Britain's gain. Beginning with the initial planning, organization, and promotion of the first British colonial efforts, Sephardic Jews and Muslim Moors were present as navigators, all right? Ship captains, sailors, metallurgists, cartographers, financiers, and colonists. Among these, we find Joaquim Gans, Simon Ferdinando, Walter Raleigh, John Hawkins, Humphrey Gilbert, Richard Hakluyt, Sr. and Jr., Francis Drake, Martin Frobisher, and Abraham Ortelius. The first and second British colonies in North America, Virginia and Massachusetts, were provisioned, funded, and peopled by persons of Sephardic, Jewish, and Muslim Moorish descent. I'll repeat once again. The first and second British colonies in North America Virginia, Massachusetts were provisioned, funded, and peopled by persons of Sephardic Jewish and Muslim Moorish descent. They lied to us completely. You guys gotta break the spell. Break the spell right now, like straight up, like boom. Stop thinking white people. Straight up, they're telling you right here. They're not really telling you like that, how I'm telling you, but they're telling you. Break the spell. All right. Current genealogical studies of the Appalachian descendants of these early colonists demonstrate that they carried DNA haplotypes, male or female lineages, and genes from Sephardic, Ottoman, and North African founders. Further, these early North American colonists often bore straightforwardly Jewish and Muslim surnames. Attested are Ali, Alif, Saracen, Moises, Bagshel, Hagara, Okosan, and even Saladin. Indeed, given the patently non-Christian backgrounds of so many settlers up and down the Atlantic coastline of the American colonies, it becomes difficult to ignore the significant declarations of religious tolerance inscribed in the U.S. Constitution. You understand there's a reason and origin of everything. There's a reason for everything in history. It's just the narrative that changed. When they told us the story, they changed the story a little bit. Right? Why would people fight for freedom of religion? What type of people? And from whom? Who's persecuting them and why? All right. What's going on in the chat? Let's see here. Without Darwin. Yeah, Darwinism, huh? Yeah. I see you guys are enjoying and loving it, communicating, building amongst yourselves. Peace to everybody in the chat. Thanks for being here right now. Appreciate you guys. It says here, even in partially New York, founded by the Dutch, as New Amsterdam was heavily peopled by Sephardic Jews and Muslim Moors. All right. Huguenots, right? Huguenots were heavily there. A lot of these they came from Brazil. A lot of them came from Holland. That had been living in Brazil. They had to go back to Holland because the Catholics came back. And then from Holland, they had to go to New York. All right. So it's the presence of persons from these ethnic affiliations on the governing boards of the Dutch West and East India companies. All right. I grew up thinking, like the way I was taught history, that these Dutch West and East Indian companies were like these white slave owners. All I knew about them is trying to do with slavery in Africa and bringing people from Africa over here. Turns out these Dutch West and East India companies who were financed and funded by Moors and Sephardic Jews was actually mainly helping their own people, whether it was Huguenots, Sephardic Jews, Protestants, anybody that was their people moving around. And of course, they did also trade, right? Of course, they were enslaving Indians and whatever other person got caught in that circle. But we know who the majority of these unfortunate souls were based on history, right? So we are going to generalize when we have sources, not when we are making up things. All right. Appreciate everybody here in the chat. Much love and respect to you, Alan and Ms. Branch. Thank you for the love. We live and direct from Mesoamerica. A truer cradle of civilization. All right, so other new, well, let me continue. Says they included Jonathan Cohen, right? These are the West Indian companies and East India Company. And Cornelius Spielman, another classic Jewish name. Other New Amsterdam and later New York residents were Jacob Abrahamson and Dennis Isaacson. We present contemporaneous testimony suggesting that even the leading Knickerbocker families of New York colony, the Van Cortlands, Phillips and Van Rieselands, Delano's, and the Lanceys were of Sephardic ancestry. This fresh look at colonial American genealogies and settler lists presents for the first time in one source the Spanish, Hebrew, Arabic, and Jewish origins and meaning of more than 5,000 surnames, the vast majority of them widely assumed before to be sturdy British family names of ancient bearing. Many of our name etymologies plainly contradict the standard reference work. The decipherment of surname history is an involved subject, one that can extend over centuries of transformation in several countries and require knowledge of multitude of languages. For instance, in order to understand the sea change suffered. All right, so that was a little cut there. We got the full page on my previous videos. Make sure to catch all the previous videos for all the drop. All right, so again, we're just going over some of the more important information, put it all together. All right, that was New York and all that. The decipherment of the surnames, right? You got to understand the surnames, right? So are these all white people's surnames? That's what you got to dig into. Much love and respect to the great one. In addition to Jewish genealogies, we have made an effort to bring to life some of the forgotten women who shaped the colonial American experience. These include the ancient Herb mother of European royalty, the Occitan Jewish Queen Ita, which is Charlemagne's great-great-great-grandmother, Mary Lago, who was actually a Sephardic Jewish mother. She was a black person, yes, mother of the Quakers, so-called colored person, mother of the Quakers, founder George Fox, and Malaya Cooper, the Jewish mulatto wife of Daniel Boone's guide, whose Hebrew name is the same as one of President Barack Obama's daughters. Some of their stories will surprise readers, running counter to traditional historical accounts. Few people realize that one of the Salem witches mounted a legal defense using the family's professional connections and wealth. Sarah Town, Chloe's or Clay's, fought her accusers and lived to become a founder of the town of Framingham, Massachusetts, all right? A so-called black person. The mother of Patrick Henry, according to diarist William Byrd, was a handsome woman of the family of Esau, whose first husband in Aberdeen, Scotland, was of the family of Saracens. The Cherokee beloved woman Nancy Ward bore an Arabic name. One of the sub-themes of the present study is the interaction between immigrants and American Indians. All right? Big one. Readers will find Cherokee Creek, Choctaw, and other genealogies that reflect intermarriage between Jews or Muslims and American native inhabitants, believed in the thinking of the day to be Abraham's children. All right? So why would they marry American Indians? And because they believed them to be Abraham's children, the lost tribes is what I'm trying to explain to you. All right. So I know a lot of people be like, oh no. But when it was so-called white people marrying into their indigenous ancestors, there was no problem. But if I say, but what if the so-called white ancestor you think you had was actually a black Sephardic Jew or Muslim Moor? So you have both genealogies, right? You gotta, and I'm not saying everybody, right? I'm not saying everybody, but if, you know, find out who these so-called white people really were, right? Or these descendants of Europeans really were, all right? That's a deep history. Don't leave it out. That's half your genealogy. That's another half, right? Besides recruiting the fellow British Caribbeans, the Lord's proprietor also sought out Huguenots. Who's the Huguenots? All right. You got to say Huguenot. Huguenot. Curimeo, not Huguenot. You know, I just have a better and easier, and I enjoy saying Huguenot. Okay. It sounds better to me, and I pronounce it better that way. All right. So the Huguenots, Huguenots, all right, let's go. As settlers due to one may surmise to their Sephardic Morisco affinity and enmity towards Spain, right? So they're linking Sephardic Huguenots with Sephardic Morisco, right? Affinities. The colonial power to the south. Pamphlets were distributed in French to Huguenot refugee communities in Ireland, all right? For listing of Huguenot refugees in Ireland, when Louis the 14th repealed the Edict of Nantes in 1685, which had provided religious freedom to non-Catholics in France, thousands of Huguenots fled France. All right, we're going to go into who's the Huguenots. 1500s of them made their way to South Carolina. South Carolina. Edgar reports that prominent surnames among these colonists were Banu, the Davidic good name, Cordes, the Saussure, Devaux, Debus, Foret, De Silva, Gaylord, Glendron, Gerard, Horry, Moroccan, Huger, Lawrence, Lagari, Manigault, Marion, Pereira, Porcher, Tricolu, Ravenel, Simons, and Timothy. Again, several are identifiable as Sephardic Morisco. All right, Sephardic Morisco. In 1764, an additional 300 Huguenot settlers arrived in hopes of developing the silk and wine industry. The same two Sephardic Moorish dominated industries attempted in the Virginia colony. All right, so if the Huguenots know how to do this, then what are they? If they're doing things that Sephardic Moorish people do. Most of the incoming settlers were drawn from La Rochelle and Bordeaux. All right, La Rochelle, major Huguenot town in France, and we know a lot of the Huguenots from there were taken to Acadia and became known as Acadians, and then later to as Cajuns in Louisiana. Check out my Acadian video we just dropped recently. All right, a lot of drop on that one. Appreciate the love, Quarsick. All right, so 300 Huguenot settlers arrived in hopes of developing in Virginia. Right. Early in the 1720s, Purrisburg, on the left bank of the Savannah River, had been settled by around 8,800 French-Swiss settlers, which we have argued elsewhere were primarily Jewish and crypto-Jewish ancestry. All right? Crypto-Jews, Black Moors, crypto-Jewish ancestry. 800 in, near Savannah River, all right? 800 of them. What happened to their descendants? Did they just mingle among themselves for the next 200 to 300 years? Or did they mix in with the local indigenous population too? Let's be logical. Both academic studies and informal family histories attest that many of the Spanish and Portuguese colonists in Central and South America, Mexico, and the Caribbean were Conversos and Moriscos. Although they might appear to be good Catholic Christians on the surface, they were in reality crypto-Jews and crypto-Muslims. Secret Jews and secret Muslims, all right? Secret Muslims. They practiced the traditions of Judaism and Islam in the privacy of their own homes, sometimes in small de facto communities or intermarried family groups. Both Judaic and Islamic law excuse this behavior on grounds that such temporizers were constrained to submit to political pressures to save life and property. The earliest martyrs to the commandment of the Torah requiring Jews to declare themselves as separate and set up from other people were called anusim, forced ones. The Inquisition rolled out a dragnet complete with tip sheets, rewards, and public spectacles. The feared out of the fez Judaizers as well. It says here, the Norman capital of Rouen possessed one of the largest Jewish communities in Europe, ranking alongside Toulouse, Rome, and such Spanish cities as Toledo, Cadiz. The institutions of the exchequer, originally a chessboard or abacus star chamber based on the concept of star, Arabic for node. All right, this is what somebody was telling me. You don't know the Star of David. Yeah, I do know the history. And again, we're not into religions over here. The star chamber based on the concept of the star, Arabic for node, a sheriff's mark, other civil titles came from most Arabic Spain or the south of France, and were not outgrowths of the original machinery of Norse, Norman, Anglo-Saxon, or Frankish states. In identical fashion, the immigrants who trickled and then streamed into the colonies comprehended Scotsmen, Irishmen, Welsh, Channel Islanders, Border Scots, French, Dutch, Flemish, Germans, Poles, Swedes, Swiss, and Cornishmen, as well as people from London and the English Heptarchy, Kent, Essex, the West Country, the Midlands, Sussex, Northumbria, and Yorkshire. Both movements had a transnational character. Although the Normans thought of themselves as Frenchmen. They had not resided long enough in Normandy to become amalgamated with the local population. They weren't even really Normans. See, the Norman, you're paying attention. They were still pagan Norsemen at heart. The largest immigration of all occurred with the so-called Huguenots, who, as we shall see, were in many cases second or third generation Spanish and Portuguese Jews who traded their French colors for English, Flemish, or some other nationality as they fled religious persecution. They traded their colors. All right, that's deep. Huguenots, who's the Huguenots? These are Moors, aka Moors. Huguenots, aka Moors. Telling you right here, they were third generation Spanish and Portuguese Jews who became known as French, English, or Flemish people. Continuing, it says, thus one clue to the Sephardic ancestry of North American colonists would be trading ties to these conversos also congregated in the French cities of Bordeaux, Bayonne, and Rouen. Arbel devotes specific chapter in his book to Barbados, Belize, Berbice, Colombia, Costa Rica, Curaçao, the Danish West Indies, the Merrar, Dominican Republic, El Salvador, Essequibo, Guyana or Cayenne, Haiti, Honduras, Jamaica, Martinique, and Guadeloupe, Nevis, Panama, Pomeroon, and Suriname. All right. Elias Ashmole was governor here. St. Eustatius, Tobago, Trinidad, Tucacas, and Venezuela. All right, they're letting you know Sephardic Moorish people ended up in all these places in colonial times heavily. Sephardim pioneered the rum, the sugar cane, and orange juice industries. All right. They were the plantation farmers, original ones, especially with the sugars. According to Arbel, they were prominent in growing and refining coffee, cocoa, vanilla, indigo, vermilion, coconuts, and eggplant. Thus, when they encounter North American colonists engaged in these trades, we should view it as a possible sign of Sephardic ancestry. Arbel also stresses that Sephardic Jews considered themselves one community, nation, la nation, or the nation, la nation. Whether they openly practiced their faith or were privately observant, but publicly Protestant or Catholic. Publicly Protestant. They weren't really Protestant. What is a Protestant? What are we learning? It was considered a distinct advantage to have relatives and friends on both sides of the fence, so to speak, to ensure security and protection from potential harassment or persecution. We shall see when we get to New York that several prominent Christian families were in fact conversos, and that some members of these families married openly Jewish spouses. Marcus traces the roots of American Jews to the important French crypto-Jewish Sephardic community, beginning about 1550. He emphasizes that many of the Iberian refugees publicly belonged to Huguenot, Walloon, or other Protestant denominations. All right. He also acknowledges the crypto-Jewish and openly Jewish Sephardic communities in the Netherlands, which served as the seedbed for the large-scale return of the Jews to England, beginning about 1650, as well as for the foundation of the New York colony. As those cats later, Marcus focuses attention on the underground Jewish community that flourished in England from the reign of Henry VIII. All right. And I hope you guys enjoying the presentation. All right. Don't go anywhere. Don't you go anywhere. We'll be right back after these commercial breaks. No, so I got to go get some water and bathroom break, guys. You know, again, I'm not a robot. All right. We're going to chill while I come back. All right. Get some music on for you and chill back. All right. We back, man. So let me real quick, just in case we got any new people and stuff. All right. Appreciate everybody tuning in and being patient and waiting. Hold on, this is a little sad song. Yeah, that's better. All right, so yeah, we've gone over a lot of information in the past. This series is just a continuation of what we've been learning. Got a series here called Nations of the World. There's a great series if you haven't checked it out. This one right here, we've done a couple of parts already. We're gonna get into a little bit of this book here when Scotland was Jewish, and some experts on that. But we've basically covered a lot. We've read primary sources from anthropologists describing the original people of Europe, many different parts of Europe, not just the Moors, because it wasn't just Moors who were dark-skinned. They like to tell us that, they want us to think that so-called black people reached Europe when the Moors invaded, and that's not true. It was just the Moor War. There was other Moors there, like the Basques were originally there. The Basques were described as very dark. The Basques were already in Spain when the Moors invaded. Eventually, they got with the Sephardic Jews and Moors, eventually the Basques, with time. How many years were the Moors there? A lot of years. So a lot of the original people that were there kind of like amalgamated with them and settled in, and we really don't talk about them too, but just something to think about there. And go ahead and check out previous videos, take the time. We've gone over so much information, a lot of good information, right? Who did the Spanish and Portuguese really enslave? We've gone over that. That's what I was saying earlier today. It's a whole journey we've taken. We don't just we try to show sources for what we're talking about, so we don't just make up conjecture. We're going to continue. I lost something here. Where'd you go? When Scotland was Jewish, we know that the Jews were banned from like England and Scotland, like even way back in medieval times. Like the 1100s, 1200s. A lot of these were Sephardic Jews, yeah. Or were they? They don't really know. They assume they were. We have our theories, a lot of them, because they have their history, that they come from, biblical people. That's their story. A lot of these clans and all that, or just originally from those parts of the, those islands, the British Isles. Like they never came from nowhere else. But we're correlating to see if some of these tribes did go over there anciently from America. Most likely a lot of them did. A lot of these clans in England, Scotland, Ireland. So who's to say that, there was some kind of promised land ancestors here ending up in these British Isles and eventually going over to Spain too and becoming Sephardic Jews too and mingling with them, So something we're going to dig into. Again, this is the book When Scotland Was Jewish. DNA evidence, archaeology, analysis of migrations and public and family records show 12th century Semitic roots by Elizabeth Culver-Hirschman and Donald N. Yates. And it says here, the Melungeons. Our story begins with an ethnic group of which both authors belong. The Melungeons are a people who have been dwelling in the Appalachian Mountains of the southern United States for between 300 and 500 years. Their origins have been subject of intense speculation for at least 3 centuries. One second. Typically, they are described as having dark skin. All right, Melungeons have what? Dark skin. They're typically described. All right. The general consensus, right, is not that they had tans or they were mixed with Africans, but in general consensus, description of these people, the Melungeons, that they had dark skin, black or dark brown hair, dark or brown straight hair, brown or blue eyes, and European features. A popular culture book written by self-identifying Melungeon renewed interest in investigation of the group's origin and stimulated an abundance of scholarly research. A detailed biogenetic study undertaken by the present author supported what Kennedy had earlier proposed. The Melungeons were in large part a Sephardic Jewish and Moorish community that began as early as 1540 with the De Soto expedition to the southern United States. As early as 1540, all right? The composition of this community was augmented over the intervening centuries by incoming Sephardic Jews and Moors who found refuge in such way stations as the Low Countries, Germany, France, Italy, Greece, and England, after fleeing the Iberian Peninsula due to religious persecution. All right. All right. They've been here. They've been running away, being left behind, mingling with Indians. 100 years past, other king of theirs, like other Sephardic and Moorish people come that, you know, are related to them or kin of the same nation, and they help them, you know, come in and settle in too. But these people already with indigenous people are already known as Melungeons, or as we shall see later, Croatans or whatever, you know. The Melungeons were in large part Sephardic. Okay, we got that part over here. It says Willie Gordon says a cursory inspection will affirm none of these prominent Scotsmen looks typically Scottish. In fact, they appear rather dark and Semitic. Yet here they are, Scottish aristocrats. The Scottish royal stewards were equally dark and Semitic in appearance. All right, the Scottish royal stewards, the Highlander stewards, the Highlander stewards. All right, King James, right? The stewards, Jacobites, prisoners of war. All right. They got sent to Jamaica, a lot of them, to the West Indies and to the plantations, these stewards. They were what? Dark and Semitic in appearance. Of Charles II's dusky appearance, his mother, Queen Henrietta Maria, had been half mortified, writing after her confinement that her child was so dark, she was ashamed of him. He was quickly dubbed the Black Boy. Enemies made out that he was a black bastard, begotten by a black Scotsman. All right. All right, and right here we get Michael served as a multilingual translator in Sicily and Palermo. In 1378, a master mason, John Lowen, has hired to refurbish the walls of Roxburgh Castle. Around 1400, a Parisian master mason, John Moreau Moore, was commissioned to enlarge Melrose Abbey. All right, a Moor. All these people, the real architects, right? Of course, they're going to hire the real original architects, right? Those trade patterns, capabilities, and names were most common to 2 ethnic groups at the time, Spanish Moors and Sephardic Jews. They were the ones doing that. They were the contractors. Not only did Islamic mercantilism far surpass that of Western Europe and Christendom, but Jews were well represented in all branches of European business and industry, with the possible exception of agriculture and foodstuffs preparation. Jews and Muslims came to dominate such fields as banking, shipping chemical and pharmaceutical glass, silk and paper manufactured, the book trade, and jewelry, precious stones during this time period. All right. Again, we're getting excerpts of this book when Scotland was Jewish. It says here, but on their return there, they found France in a state of turmoil. As a result of the persecution suffered by the Huguenots and Piedmontese, as the Protestants in France were called, they, being Protestant themselves, returned at once to Spain. From Spain, they took a merchant ship bound for the coast of Scotland. They landed at a place called Solway Firth, and finding the country Scotland in peace under the Protestant reign of King James VI, who then became King James I, King of England, they determined to settle there. After finding a large landholder, he being a wealthy bishop of the place, they purchased from him a large estate. They then sent back to their native land for the other relatives and friends, and in a few days became numerous and prosperous. But in order to acquire a full title of this land, it was necessary that they should gain the consent and signature of the king to their purchase. The king, upon signing their titles, imposed the following condition: that these three brothers should, when the king required it, each send his son with a troop of 20 men to aid the wars of the king. Our forefathers were of dark skin, with deep penetrating eyes and high foreheads, although naturally of dark complexion, and mingling with the blue-eyed belles of Scotland, though 13 generations, the younger generations have shown many instances of their fair hair and blue eyes of the mother's family. Thus, the blue eyes and the black eyes appear in almost every family. All right. Again, what are they saying? That their ancestors were of dark complexion. Continuing the book, when Scotland was Jewish, it says something about somebody's ancestry behind his family's French Huguenot roots in Charleston, South Carolina. Draws attention to the fact that the Huguenot seal of 1559 had the same four Kabbalistic Hebrew letters, right? The JHVH, the tetragrammaton, engraved upon it, within a burning bush, no less, as we found in basalt on the title page of the Edward Robin Psalter in Aberdeen in 1623. Many of the Huguenots were formerly Jews and Moors. Again, what? Many of the Huguenots were formerly Jews and Moors. And in France, the persecution of Jews and Huguenots went hand in hand. Same people. The King Dragonards came after both. They didn't just go after the Huguenots when they were getting rid of them in France. They were getting rid of their brethren, the Jews, the Sephardics, after both with equal ferocity. And often the same legislation was used to condemn them. All right. And then I got this from a website. I thought it was interesting. They're getting kind of most of it from the book we're reading, but they kind of get to the point. So here, part 5, LDS, so the Latter Day Saints, right? So they were making a whole connection with the Latter Day Saints and Sephardic Moorish people, which they're very spot on. And this is what we're going to get into. And this is what I'm trying to explain to you. You know, all these Christian sects in the South and all that, you know, who really started these things. It says that displaced Jews, like so many tiny floating seeds from a milkweed pod, landed on the fertile ground in Holland, France, Scotland, Germany, Switzerland, and England, where they grew into the Protestant Reformation. Who? Displaced Jews or Moors. They became what? The Protestants. All right. 200,000 plus Jews expelled from Spain and Portugal after 1492, added to the millions of others who were converso. Millions of others who were converso generally or not to Catholicism, had an impact on the religious practices of the European countries they emigrated to. It is a mere coincidence the Protestant Reformation sprang from the same European countries in which large numbers of the Sephardim migrated to, namely France, Switzerland, Germany, Holland, England, and Scotland. All right, what is the coincidence? As a population, the Sephardim were well educated, and in many cases better trained than the professionals in the Christian majority. Many conversos had careers within the Catholic Church. As a group, the Sephardim were multilingual, world travelers, socially aggressive, and held key positions in government finance and administration. Many were counselors to kings and other nobles as trusted intimate advisors. It is natural to assume Converso private religious beliefs would have influenced their public dialogue and counsel. The Huguenots respected the Jews and Moors as children of Abraham. The Huguenots sought to protect the Jews and Moors. Why did the Huguenots protect Jews and Moors? Cecil Roth, a British Jewish historian, asserts many Huguenots were Converso Jews and Moors. That's why. Abraham Lavender, PhD, professor of sociology and anthropology, points out that the Huguenot seal of 1559 has the same four Kabbalistic Hebrew letters, the tetragrammaton, engraved upon it with a burning bush. Hirschman and Jays have stated, we propose that the Reformation, beyond being a movement against Catholicism, beyond what they told us in history, that it was just a movement against Catholics, should also be seen as a movement towards Judaism. Basically, it was the Jews and the Moors. It was the Moorish people. They were protesting, Protestants protesting the Catholics. They didn't want to be Catholics. And who does this Protestant Reformation get mostly credited to? It was John Calvin, or Calvinism. John Calvin, John Calvin, or Cohen. Cohen gives Calvin or Calvin, as in John Calvin. John Calvin was a crypto Jew. What a secret Sephardic. He was a so-called black man. John Calvin was a so-called black man, in other words. All right. Likewise, he was a crypto Jewish last name. Calvin spent before that Calvin and before that Cohen. That was the French anglicized version. All right. It went from Cohen to Calvin to Calvin. Really interesting stuff out there about it. All right, look into it. This is from the book The Death and Resurrection of the West, Foretold in Prophecy, Secrets, and blah blah. I don't know the rest. It says by Ralph T. Kenny. It says a Jew from France named Jean Calvin or Cohen, the priest clan Cohen. A Jew from France named Jean Calvin. His name is not John Calvin, it's Jean Calvin or Cohen. Changed his name to John Calvin and became a Protestant reformer in Geneva, Switzerland. Calvin initiated what I would call a totalitarian form of Christianity, which banned dancing, smoking, every bit of alcohol, and Sunday sports for the first time. He legitimized the lending of money at interest, all right? He kept that going, which was now gotten every nation into an unpayable debt. All right, who was the first banker? He apparently taught that God makes the good rich, and he murdered people who disagreed with him. In Exodus 20:13 of the King James Version, God commands, "Thou shalt not kill." All right, so, but hey, we got some drop from Mr. Kenny here, Ralph Kenny, right? Jean Calvin, John Calvin, Calvinism. 1560s religious doctrines and the theology of John Calvin, French Protestant reformer and theologian. Calvinism, who the Huguenots followed, The Huguenots followed Calvinism. Who's the Huguenots? We've gone over this many times. History of the conquest of Spain by the Arab Moors. All right. It was talking about Columbus up here, how he dispensed of Moorish civilization was only good, and that the inventions and discoveries that they had introduced. It says his vessel was fitted out with that little port of Palos, which lately had been a Moorish port. His sailors were many of them men with Moorish blood in their veins. The conquistadors were what? Moorish blood in their veins. Conquerors, conquistadors. Gotta break the spell. Really gotta break the spell, man. It has been asserted that when the Moors were driven out, thousands took refuge in the south of France, who afterwards, abhorring the Roman Catholic persecutions, became Huguenots. They became Huguenots. Who? Moors. Moors are the Huguenots. Moors are the Huguenots. Huguenots. And that of these many emigrated at a later date to South Carolina. Be that as may, the Spaniards had found for the world a virgin land in which to introduce Spanish errors, and especially Spanish bigotry, and the great tide rushed in from Protestant Europe to occupy it. So the Spanish, what are they telling you though? That it was mainly Protestants, right? Who was the Protestants again? Let's go back. Sephardics, Moorish people, Protestant against Catholicism, people of color mainly. These people, again, ended up being refugees. They were being persecuted for religion practices, right, or beliefs. They became known as refugees. Refugee etymology, right? One who flees to a refuge or shelter, a place of safety. Taking refuge, place to flee. It says in English, the word was first applied to French Huguenots, or what? French Moors, right? Refugees applied to so-called black people. Ooh la la la, yeah, the refugees, yeah. Ooh la la la, isn't that a French term? Or saying ooh la la, French, right? What do they really know? The Fugees. What do they really know? Ooh la la la, who migrated after the revocation of 1685 of the Edict of Nantes. All right, the word meant one seeking asylum, refugee seeking asylum, until 1914 when it evolved to mean one fleeing home. All right, this was applied to Moors until 1914. This was applied to Moors until 1914. Dodge the hijack. Dodge the hijack. Ooh la la la, yeah. Says here, Jewish pirates of the Caribbean. How a generation of smashbuckling Jews carved out an empire in the New World in their quest for treasure, religious freedom, and revenge. Pirates, Jewish pirates, pirates and religious freedom, that's not even supposed to match, right? That's not how we're supposed to be picturing pirates, right? We're not. First of all, they don't even want us picturing, Sephardic or any pirate of color. Even though we already know who were the shipbuilders, navigators, cartographers, ship captains since ancient times, right? They want us to picture what's his name? You know what I'm talking about? Pirates of the Caribbean. Johnny Depp, right? With his dreadlocks. Johnny Depp with his dreadlocks, right? That was a light-skinned Sephardi. Is he depicting a light-skinned Sephardi with dreadlocks? Jamaica in 1655, the island belonged to the family of Christopher Columbus, who provided a haven for Jews otherwise outlawed in the New World. All right, Columbus did what for his brethren? He provided a haven. Hey guys, you can come here to Jamaica. The leader of the Jewish community, the late Sir Neville F. Shenheim, went even further, telling me that Columbus was a Jew, and the Jamaica's Jews trace their ancestry to the first settlers. All right, Jamaica's Jews, they were the first colonists who Sephardic, just like in Virginia, South Carolina, Plymouth, Roanoke, Jamestown, as we caught in the last previous video. I was so guided by these findings that I would spend the next 4 decades following their lead. An unknown chapter in Jewish history. Forget the merchants of Venice. His New World cousins were adventurers after my own heart. Jewish explorers, conquistadors, cowboys, and just pirates. Pirates. Forbidden to settle the New World, they came disguised as Christians, all right? They came disguised, cryptos, secret Jews, secret Muslims. They came disguised as Christians. They and the other settlers were similar in spirit, but while the others came to conquer, convert the heathen, search for gold, or collect a bevy of Indian women, the Jews came to escape persecution and settle a land beyond the tentacles of the Inquisition. So not all so-called colonists and conquistadors were really coming here to conquer, as it's saying here. Well, given the benefit of the doubt, but I do know some of these Sephardis and Moors were conquistadors. They were doing bad things. We've already read the sources. All right, but a lot of them were just fleeing, escaping persecution, right? Refuge, right? Asylum, refugee. The story begins with Columbus and the Age of Discovery, when secret Jews sailed with explorers, marched with the conquistadors, and were among the first settlers in every New World colony. Every New World colony, so-called black people. All right, as explorers, as conquistadors. This early history is largely unknown because few then or since realized that these pioneers were Jewish or so-called black, forbidding entering the New World because of their religion. Iberian Jews posed as new Christians from Portugal, the one settler group that was not required to prove their Catholic ancestry. So a lot of these just say, no, we're Portuguese Christians. Let us in. Most Portuguese operating in the Spanish Empire were new Christians, commonly called conversos, and many maintained their allegiance to their ancestral faith. Arriving first as explorers and conquistadors, they and the Jewish pioneers who followed soon focused on a field of expertise that had sustained them and made them welcome in the diaspora. A mercantile people, Jews in the New World went about their business as traders and ship owners, thus becoming the first merchants class in the Spanish Empire. All right. They were the traders. All right. Again, they were the merchants, right? Remember? They were the ship owners. They owned the ships. They brought all these indentured servants and all these so-called slaves. Them, yes, people of color, thus becoming the first merchant class in the Spanish Empire, as long as they pretended to be Christian and delivered the goods. No one questioned their religiosity too closely. All right? It's all business at the end, really. They set up the first sugar factories. Whoa, sorry about that. That's a good one right here. Yeah. Much love and respect to everybody tuned in. All right. We're just talking about who's setting up the sugar factories. You just tuned us. It was people of color. Yeah, so-called black people set up the first sugar factories, pioneered grain, coffee, and tea cultivation, and traded sugar, tobacco, gold, and silver with convert Jews on the Iberian Peninsula with their other family members in the Iberian Peninsula. First profits to the homeland were the underpinning of the mercantile system. Everything to and from the New World had to go via Seville or Lisbon. Again, everything that was coming from the Americas, right? So that included people, that included Indians, right? They were enslaving Indians, remember? And they went where? To Seville or Lisbon. Remember what Nature Has No Color? The book was saying that Seville and Lisbon were major ports for Negroes. Where you think they were getting all these so-called Negroes? The Spaniards were not in Africa. They were in America during this time. And we got the sources already in past videos. We know who the Spanish and Portuguese were really enslaving. All right. And we know we got the records of them taking Indians to Seville and Lisbon and then calling them Negroes when they arrived there. All right. So dodge the hijack earlier. And this is what I'm saying, full circle. For most of the 16th century, the parties were content with the trade-off. All right. The king needed the Jews to ensure his cash flow, and they needed him to keep the Inquisition at bay. However, once the trade network was established, Jews became expendable. So meaning, once the Jews settled down, opened up shop, became successful, created the business, the trade, the network, the Catholics took over. They were expendable. They took over. They kicked them out again, and they kept having to move. And that's why they ended up in North America, most of them, from Central and South America, or the Caribbean, or Europe. A precedent for this unholy alliance was set by fellow Sephardim in North Africa, who had assured their welcome among the Moors by profitably backing and sometimes leading the Barbary pirates. Sinan Barbarossa's second in command was referred to in the Crown's correspondence with England's Henry VII as the Great Jewish Pirate. All right. And the brothers Samuel and Joseph Palachi would go from commanding pirates to founding Amsterdam's Jewish community. All right. Ex-pirates. They were pirates. They ended up founding Amsterdam's Jewish community, New Jerusalem, in Amsterdam. And that's when they became the Dutch West India and East India Company. Again, full circle. Who owned the ships again? Of course, they're going to create those companies because who owns the ships? Who knows the trade? Who already has the network on lock and the ports on lock? Of course, they're going to create the Dutch and East India companies, Sephardic and Moorish people. Jews had been outlawed from living in France since 1394 and from England since 1290. All right. So what is that telling you right there? That they were there before that. All right. Who? So-called Jews. All right. This is medieval times, right? They're getting kicked out of there. Where did they end up from there back then? And how did they get there from where? However, when those nations and Holland settled a dozen small uninhabited Caribbean islands between 1624 and 35, Jews were welcome. Their connections and knowledge of New World trade, connections and their knowledge, again, their connections in the New World were indispensable to the success of the new colonies. And they spoke the language. What language? If they're talking about America, what language are they speaking? They spoke the indigenous languages. Who else but Sephardic merchants could better pursue illegal trade with the Spanish colonies? How else could these small settlements survive? The islands constituted mere footholds in what was called the New Spanish Sea. Together, they total less than 1,500 square miles, while the Spanish New World encompassed millions. Who else? Again, who else is going to be used, or who else is going to colonize America? Who had the skills and knowledge to do so, and the connections, the material, the assets, the money, the funding, the knowledge, everything, right? Who else? It was a pale-skinned dude, a Christian. It was a British Christian dude, a Catholic. Soon after the English conquest, Jamaica's Jews convinced the island's new leaders that the best way to defend the colony and have it prosper was to invite the pirates of the Caribbean to move there. The Spanish would think twice about attacking Jamaica if its principal port was the home base of the feared buccaneers of the West Indies. All right, you hear that? Yes, Jamaica was a haven, not just for Jews, but for pirates, right? Who were AKA Sephardic Moorish people. And for a safe harbor, these pirates, the brethren of the coast, became Jamaica's defense force and piracy its principal industry, all right? They were go ahead and pirating the Spanish or Catholic ships, all right? In the 1660s, Port Royal, with its wealthy Jewish merchants, ship owners, and synagogue, was known as the treasure house of the Indies for all of the booty brought there, catering to a transient pirate population with one bar and brothel for every 8 persons, all right? The pirate capital acquired a reputation as the world's wickedest city, all right? Within 15 years, pirate raids from Jamaica on the Spanish Main, organized and financed by the merchants, by Sephardic Moorish people of Port Royal, broke the back of the Spanish Empire, or the Catholics. And Henry Morgan, the Jews found their Joshua, all right? Captain Morgan, right? That was their Joshua. That was their deliverer. A pirate, that's their Joshua. The Moorish people's Joshua, it's a pirate. Henry Morgan. The buccaneer admiral's 6 raids on Spanish ports, culminating in the burning of the Golden City of Panama, brought the Spanish Empire to its knees, meaning that's how they took over the Catholics. That's how they beat them, with the help of the Sephardic Jewish Moorish people who were just fighting back, the same people who had oppressed them and kicked them out of their land, their dear land, Spain, that they missed so much, more than their own lives, remember? Spain, not Africa, Spain. Spain, not Africa, Spain. In the Treaty of Madrid in 1670, Spain acceded to Europe's rights to settle the New World, and Jews were finally free to be Jews, all right? Free to be Jews. You didn't have to hide anymore or pretend to be Christian. And this is just a little screenshot of the things we've gone over. communities of poor Jews and their context in the Dutch Atlantic world. And we got a whole video on this. Can't even remember which one, what part, but we had a whole video on the Protestant, Jewish, Huguenot, Dutch Atlantic world, and the poor Jews. It says here in the late 16th century, Jews and conversos created a trading network that tied together ports in Portugal, Brazil, and the Netherlands. This network, again, Portugal, Lisbon, right? They were taking Indians from Brazil all over these places. This network became the chief Dutch commercial circuit in the first quarter of the 16th century, right? Or the 1600s, and offered benefits to Jews and conversos that were not solely economic ones. This circuit made it possible for Brazilians, new Christians, to return to Judaism. In Amsterdam, Jews to establish a community in Brazil. In the process, the poor Jews of Recife, Brazil, and Amsterdam became closely connected, especially after warfare closed off access to Portuguese ports in the network. Amsterdam Jews arrived in force in Recife during the 1630s, but brought back to Amsterdam during the years 1645 and 54, since the Dutch colony in Brazil was shrinking and eventually was captured by Portuguese troops. All right, so in this case, when they're saying Dutch colony, they mean the Sephardic Dutch people who were there, Jews and Moors. And when they say captured by Portuguese troops, they mean, again, when they say in Spanish and Portuguese, they mean the Catholics. Jews contributed commercially, financially, and militarily to this short-lived colony and were rewarded with privileges, which for this time were remarkable. They became very wealthy. All right. Here. Okay, so we're gonna get into this book. It's called A History of the Marranos by Cecil Roth. I read this way back when I did my video Columbus and His Negro Friends. All right, so again, we're just gonna get an excerpt of that. All right, and it was in chapter 11. Yeah, it says the Marranos in the New World. With the significant passage, Christopher Columbus began his account of the expedition which led to the discovery of the New World. He might have added, had he thought worthwhile, that he actually set sail within a day or two of the departure of the last Jewish exiles, and that the vessels which conveyed them were lying in the roadstead of Seville in close proximity to his own little squadron. All right. The connection between the Jews and the discovery of America was not, however, merely a question of fortuitous coincidence. That epoch-making expedition was a matter of fact very largely a Jewish, or rather a Marrano enterprise, all right? Even Columbus' expedition was funded by Moorish people. There are grounds for believing that the Columbus was himself a member of a new Christian family, meaning a Converso or a crypto Jew, right? Sarko, come on, tell us the truth, Sarko. It is indeed highly ironical that the patriotic attempt made today to claim him as a Spaniard are mostly based upon an assumption that he was a furtive member of the race which Spain was even then chasing from her shores. Less hypothetical is the case of others who participated in the great expedition. It was made possible by a loan which Luis Santangel, all right, Santangel, crypto, chancellor and controller of the royal household, a great-grandson of Noah Chinillo, advanced, though not out of his own purse, to his royal masters and mistress. He was a matter of fact the first person to listen to Columbus' dream seriously, and it is highly doubtful whether the queen would have displayed any interest but for his intervention. All right, so this was the guy who actually really financed Columbus. It wasn't Queen Ferdinand or any like that. They just okayed it, and they took the credit, of course. Gabriel Sanchez, the High Treasurer of Aragon, who was another of the explorer's most fervent patrons, was a full Jew blood, being a son of a Converso couple and a nephew of Al-Azhar Usuf of Saragossa, all right, Muslim, right? It was to these two that Columbus addressed the famous letter first announcing the news of his discoveries, all right, to his Moorish brothers he wrote to when he got to America. Among Columbus' other patrons was Alfonso de la Caballeria, member of a famous Marrano family, Moreno family, Vice Chancellor of Aragon. The only one Christian house was the royal secretary Juan de Coloma, whose wife was, however, descended from the Jewish clan of De is Caballeria. All right, they're all over the place. Study yourself, then study the world. All right, study, study, study. Shout out to Kiowa. Shout out to Noah Drew Ali for that quote. Study yourself and then study the world. All right, know thyself fully. Says here, events on the mainland of North America followed much the same course. In 1654, a shipload of 23 refugees from Brazil arrived at New Amsterdam. All right, so remember, Jews are getting kicked out of Brazil after they had already set up shop and sugar plantations and everything. The Catholics took over, and you guys got to bounce or convert or get killed, right? Or be slaves. So a lot of them ended up in New Amsterdam, right? That's New York. They were not indeed the earliest settlers. A German or Polish Jew named Jacob, son of Samson, Jacob Barmison, having preceded them by a few months, all right? So their brethren, the Jew, was always the Polish Jews. A lot of them were Sephardic, those Polish Jews, Croatians, right? They were shortly afterwards followed by another contingent of Portuguese Jews coming from Holland. The new arrivals received a shortly reception from Governor Peter Stuyvesant, who ordered them to leave. Fortunately, before he could take action, letters arrived from the governor of the Dutch West India Company, right? Letters from the governor, who's most likely a Moor because they owned the West India Company, right? Dated April 26, 1655, intimating that it was inequitable for those who had taken so important a share in its undertakings and had lost so much in the Brazilian disaster to be excluded from its possessions. They were therefore authorized to remain, like you better leave them there, provided that the poor amongst them shall not become a burden to the community, but be supported by their own nation. A congregation named the KK, Cherif Israel, Remnant of Israel, which still flourishes, was founded immediately afterwards. It was thus an indirect consequence of the Portuguese reconquest of Pernambuco that the greatest Jewish community of all time was founded, all right? The reconquest, that's in South America. They got prospered there, all right? So-called black people from Spain and Portugal, all right? A lot of those people were eventually being called so-called African Negroes, you know, today Afro-Guyanans or Afro-Surnames people or Afro-Venezuelans, you know, they add the Afro part today, right? It says here from New York, the settlements of the Marrano community spread. Some of the earliest arrivals, discouraged by the reception which they had received from Stuyvesant, migrated to Newport, Rhode Island. Remember, the guy didn't want them there. So they're like, you know what? We don't want to be here. We're going to Rhode Island, where the congregation KK, Jeshua of Israel, Salvation of Israel, perhaps originated in 1658. All right? None of these places were ever Israelis, like Ashkenazis. These were all people of color establishing all this stuff. They were reinforced from many quarters. A small contingent arrived from Curaçao in 1690. And in the 18th century, the community enjoyed a brief halcyon period. Jacob Rodriguez Rivera, who came to Newport direct from Portugal, 1745, was the first person to introduce the manufacture of spermaceti to America. Aaron Lopez was the wealthiest merchant of the port in the pre-revolutionary era, owning as many as 30 vessels. After the Lisbon earthquake of 1755, a number of Marranos whose consciences had been stirred by the disaster are said to have arrived to swell the community. Right? They went to Rhode Island, which, however, fell into complete decadence with the decline of the port after the revolution. Toward the close of the last century, the Jewish connection with Newport was revived. Hence, the dignified synagogue constructed in 1763 by the Marrano refugees, who's the first refugees, which still stands, is regularly used for worship, although the families originally associated with it have, without exception, either emigrated or died out. You heard that? You died out. They don't exist. The descendants of these so-called Black, Jewish, and Moorish people that founded these churches and these Hebrew Israelite organizations, they died out. Really? They just died out like that. They extinct. Gosh, the hijack. In Georgia, a group of Jewish immigrants who had sailed under the auspices of the Spanish and Portuguese community of London arrived in 1733. Important, right? Pay attention to the years and what's going on locally there, right? With the local population too. Within a month, the first settlers, and on the actual day of the formal partition of the land of the colony, they were received in a kindly manner, and a community was founded at Savannah, Georgia, right? Community of what? Black Jews. Among the most prominent members was Samuel Ribeiro Nunez, who had been a court physician at Lisbon, had suffered at the hands of the Inquisition, and had himself smuggled out of the country of an English brigantine in the middle of a dinner which he had given to allay suspicion. So this guy had to like bounce. They were about to kill him, probably burn him to the stake. He had to leave during dinner and get on a ship and come to America, right? Another member of the settlement was Abraham de Leon, who introduced into the colony the culture of grapes, having been a wine grower in Portugal. Who introduced grapes, the grape culture? The first child born in the colony was a Jew, Isaac Minis, the son of one of the immigrant families. All right, the first European in Georgia born was a Black European, Sephardic Jew, Moorish person. All right, it's what they're telling you right here. The community is in existence to this day, though it may have been suspected for a time during the Revolution, while some of the very families that founded the congregation in Savannah still live there. Other similar communities were set up in the course of the 18th century in Charleston and Philadelphia. The first Jewish resident in Maryland, who is known to us by name, is Joao Jacob Lombroso, the first Jewish resident in Maryland. The Jew doctor, a Portuguese Marrano, a Portuguese Moreno, who was arrested in 1658 for some unwary remarks which he had let slip in the course of a religious discussion. Uh-oh, did you say something bad about the Catholics? Thus, of the half-dozen Jewish congregations established in the United States, the War of Independence, practically all had been founded by Marranos, all right? Returned to Judaism, all right? Before the revolution, what? All these congregations, again, all these congregations, right? Churches and congregations, religious worshiping places, all right? Listen up. We're going to get a lot of sources as we go. We've already got a couple. We're going to get deep into this. Who really founded all these congregations? And they started naming them what? African Methodist, African this, African Methodist. But who really founded all these congregations? Actually, they had all been founded by Marranos or Morenos, returned to Judaism, or else by their immediate descendants. If not by them, then who? By their descendants later on, Though this original stock had been diluted to a considerable degree, even at this early date by persons of German or Polish origin, as in the Old World, Spanish or Portuguese remained the official language of the community for many years, long after the use. A whole new light to the Declaration of the Independence and the American Revolution, don't it? That's right, A.D. Morton. That's what I'm trying to say. We got to break the spell, think different. All this had a purpose. It's not just how they told us, you know? It all happened for a reason. All right? As in the Old World, Spanish reports remained official language of the community for many years, long after the use of the vernacular had become universal in private life. Thus, the circle of Marrano communities was complete from the Indian Ocean to the furthest shores of the Atlantic, and from the immemorial East to the newest republic of the West. All right. So yeah, basically, just again, we're just doing screenshots of certain extras of these information we've gone over before, trying to put it all together. You see as a full circle. As this says here, crypto Jewish identity in the Inquisition of Mexico City. All right, like it was all over the place. In our next video, we're probably gonna get into chapter 4 of that book, Jews and Muslims in British Colonial America, where we're gonna talk about the Pilgrims and the Mayflower and all that. Who are they? Now, as it says here, Puritans were more Jewish than Protestants. Say what? Say Puritans were more Jewish than Protestants. Well, who's the Protestants? So doesn't that make sense now? Because who's the Protestants? Really? So of course, yeah, if Puritans are Protestants, then who's the Protestants? Then yeah, Puritans would be more Jewish than Protestant. It says here, Puritan is a name often misunderstood. During the 17th century English Civil War, known as the Puritan Revolution, the Puritans were Protestant fundamentalists who wished to purify the Church of England. Some of the Puritans, known as separatists, separated, forming their own church. The Puritans felt that Parliament, and not the king, should have the final say, and that moral guidance for all legal decisions should come from the Jewish Bible, which they considered to be the highest authority in all matters. All right, the Jewish Bible. It says here in the International Journal of Humanities and Social Science, Volume 8, Number 9, from September 2008, it says DNA and genealogical evidence suggests that Plymouth colonists were Sephardic Jews. Elizabeth C. Hirschman, Hill Richmond Smitty, Professor of Business, Department of Business and Economics. All right, and these other two guys here says, abstract, the Plymouth settlement in Massachusetts stands as one of the origin points for American and social ideology. The settlers are widely viewed as archetypes of early American culture, British, white, and Christian. We challenge this belief using linguistic, genealogical, and DNA evidence. Our research argues that the Plymouth settlers were largely of Sephardic Jewish ancestry, practiced endogamy, and engaged in Judaic customs and practices for at least the first 2 generations in North America. Our findings suggest that colonial American culture was much more diverse in religion and ethnicity than previously believed, all right? Much more than previously believed. All right, we've got to break the spells one by one, little by little, all of us. We got to empty our cup, unlearn and relearn. Just scratching the surface here. Melungeons, the last lost tribe in America. Says here, Bonnie's Ball's description of the founding and subsequent laws of the Roanoke colony is based upon popularized accounts, but it is quite possible that at least some of these colonists survived, joined the Croatan tribe, and passed their genes forward to future generations. What I want to draw the reader's attention to, however, is not just the possibility of survival or death amongst these particular colonists, but rather their ethnic composition. When forming a mental image of the English colonists at Roanoke, most of us probably conjure up light-skinned, blue-eyed, blonde, or fair-haired people who look well English. But a glance at the list of colonists should suggest that this was not necessarily so. Names such as Philip Armadas, Ananias, Dare, Dionys, Harvey, Simon, Ferdinando, John Cheever, William Lucas, Thomas Topon, John Farry, and Ambrose Vicars suggest a French Mediterranean origin, and Richard and Henry Berryer carry a widely recognized Sephardic Jewish surname. I propose that many, perhaps most of these English colonists were not ethnically Anglo-Saxon, but rather Sephardic Jews, Moors, and French Huguenots who had immigrated to England for one or more generations, all right? They're letting you know, big drop here. a lot of these colonists were actually Sephardic Jews. They were Moors and Huguenots. Same thing. All from Spain and Portugal, ethnicity. People of color who escaped religious upheavals at home and then continued onward to the Americas. This possibility receives additional support from Lee Miller's recent treatise on the Roanoke colony. In Roanoke, Solving the Mystery of the Lost Colony, Miller examines the original letters, contracts, and other historic documents pertaining to Roanoke and its sponsor, Sir Walter Raleigh. From these, she learns that the governor of the colony, John White, was in actuality a watercolor artist who was friends with French artist Jacques Le Moyne, a Huguenot, almost killed in the 1572 St. Bartholomew Day massacre of 30,000 Protestants by French Catholics. Le Moyne fled to London, as did young Sir Walter Raleigh, who was assisting the Huguenots. As Miller notes, many non-Catholic refugees fled to England from France during this time to escape death. 15 years later, 1587, Raleigh sponsored the colonization of Roanoke Island. I remember Raleigh also was a Sephardic Jew. De la Raleigh is actually the last name, De la Raleigh, anglicized to Raleigh, French. Right? So he sponsored it and he named John White the governor. White gathered together 115 men, women, and children, including his own pregnant daughter, Eleanor, her husband, Ananias there, another woman who had recently given birth, and her husband, and another pregnant woman and her husband, 9 other couples with small children, John Jones, a physician, William Brown, a goldsmith, Anthony Cage, a sheriff, Thomas Hewitt, a lawyer, Thomas Harris, a professor at Cambridge University, and Richard Wildey, a graduate of Oxford University. All right, altogether an unlikely group to settle for colonizing a remote forested island surrounded by Native Americans and subject to frequent hurricanes. All right, so they're telling you straight up sign subliminal here. So they got all these people who happen to be family. Most likely everybody there he knows. He kind of knows these people. They're not just bringing random people to colonize. And it's not just anybody you would use to colonize. These are just simple people. A lot of them are professors. Like, they don't know how to survive in the wild. All right. Says, obviously, we must ask ourselves why these people were chosen and why they agreed to go. Miller supplies the answer. The Spanish Inquisition. That's why. All right. What is the Inquisition again? They were fleeing the Catholics, or else they were going to get killed, burned, staked. They were going to get put into slavery. Aimed at killing or converting all Jews and Muslims and Protestants, is expected to arrive in England by the following year. All right, an armada consisting of 130 ships and thousands of Spanish soldiers being readied in Barcelona. Thus, White's unusual collection of colonists were likely felt that they were certainly doomed if they remained in England. Their chances in the New World, though slim, were better. All right, so a lot of these colonists, especially the ones in Roanoke, were what? They're about to be murdered by Spain's Catholics the following year. So they were like, you know, we gotta bounce before they get here. That's why it wasn't just a random thing. And that's why these people are financing it with their ships and paying for all that. And they're being smart with it. They're doing it like a colony, right? But this wasn't successful, right? It says further suggesting that the Roanoke colonists were Jews, Muslims, and or Huguenots is the fact that their navigator Simon Ferdinando was Portuguese and a former Barbary pirate. Again, Jewish pirates of the Caribbean, right? Again, full circle. And that their onboard foodstuffs were decidedly Mediterranean: rice, honey, currants, raisins, prunes, olives, beans, peas, salad oil and vinegar, turnip and parsnip seed, radishes, carrots, cucumbers, cabbage, lettuce, endive, onions, garlic, thyme, mustard, fennel, and anise, in addition to the English salted pork and beef, oatmeal, butter, and cheese. Finally, prior expeditions to Roanoke Island financed by Raleigh in 1585 had included a man named Joachim Gans, a metallurgist and specialist in gold and silver from Prague. With this background and name, Gans was in all likelihood a Sephardic Jew. All right. As we see before the end of this chapter, it was very likely a blend of Jewish, Muslim, and Huguenot religious castaways who became the Melungeons. The possibility, albeit said many centuries earlier, all right? So, and these are descendants of Melungeons themselves, the author, remember. So we stopped there again. That was an excerpt from that book. Great book, The Melungeons, the Last Tribe of America. Get that full book. I read parts of it in others, in past videos. We're going to read more of it in future videos. And again, just reminding everybody of the previous video I did, Acadian, Cajun exiles in the colonies, because it's basically the same story. We got Huguenots or Moors fleeing France, La Rochelle, and other parts, and setting up a colony in Newfoundland over there, Nova Scotia, Arcadia, as they call it, Acadie, l'Acadie, right? Becoming Acadians for about 150 years, 200 years, and then they got kicked out forcefully, just like the Jews we read about in the beginning, just the same exact way, because the reason is it wasn't just English, it was Catholics again, the Catholics again persecuting the same people. And these people, look, they went through their own diaspora again after being refugees already in Europe, right? Huguenots, right? Sephardic Jews, Moors, since 1490s, 1300s. Same things happening to them here many times in different places. And now you're tagged as different things like French, Acadians, Dutch, Jews, you know, all that. But it's the same story going on everywhere. All right, you guys see the full circle, right? All right, these people got sent all over the East Coast, and they wanted to go back home, back north to Canada. And this Underground Railroad was all about them trying to get back home. Everything else is made believe. All right, yes, there was people running away. Yes, there was enslaved Indians too, going with them. But they were going back home. There's a reason they were going up to Canada. All right. It says here, exploring the Huguenot legacy in South Carolina, how an exiled French Acadian family made Baptist and Presbyterian history. Who set up all these congregations again before the American Revolution? It says John Butler, in his landmark study of the Huguenots in America, refugee people in New World Society, explores why it was that everywhere Huguenots settled, they disappeared. You hear that? That's deep right there. Who's the Huguenots again? Moors, right? So everywhere Huguenots or Moors settled, they disappeared, concluding that it was their lack of interest in maintaining their cohesion as French Protestants in America. Reviewing Butler and Woodley, National Librarian of the Virginia Huguenot Society, acknowledges the truth of what Butler says, but goes on to make the point that adaptability and survival are not, and it keeps going. So again, this was just a screenshot. We're going to get into this article, future video. When we're talking about the congregations, again, we're going to go whole video. Who was these founders of all these congregations, right, in churches? Right, same people naming them African Methodist. I'm not gonna stop saying that. I hope you guys understand it. All right, let's all slide right here. Hold on. Let's pull out the book right here. Okay, hope you guys not too tired. We're almost done. We're just gonna read through this article and we're done for the day. Again, we just want to go over a lot of this information since it all relates, makes it helps understanding things a lot better. You know, so again, we're talking about the Roanoke colony. We actually did a video right before this. All right. Again, just want to remind everybody, if you're new to the channel and everything, check out this. This was about 6 days ago. Virginia's not-so-English colony, Sephardic Moorish Jamestown and Roanoke colony, a genealogical history. All right. So Roanoke, we already know who was really in Roanoke. We got more correlation today. Right. So it says here, International Social Science Review, Volume 95, Issue 2, DNA evidence of a Croatian and Sephardic Jewish settlement on the Carolina coast, dating from the mid to late 1500s. All right. Just want to go ahead and read this a little bit. It says DNA evidence of a Croatian and Sephardic Jewish settlement on the North Carolina coast, dating from the mid to late 1500s. For the Sephardic Jews of Spain, the year 1492 saw one door close while another door opened half a world away. It was the year Spanish Inquisition reached its apex of brutality, while concurrently Cristobal Colon, remembered in American history as Christopher Columbus and purportedly of Sephardic descent, set sail for the New World. The names of his crew suggest that several of them were also Sephards, or also people of color. Right? By the mid 1500s, Spain had expelled between 100,000 to 200,000 Jews after the first seizing their money and possessions. The Spanish Jews fled in all directions, eastward to Italy and the Ottoman Empire, westward to Portugal, northward over the Pyrenees to France, and southward across the narrow Strait of Gibraltar to North Africa. Another 10,000 to 20,000 remained behind, to later be killed by the Inquisitional court, when an additional 30,000 converted, often superficially, to Catholicism. All right. So again, we got the whole story behind us, right? This is just confirmation. If their sincerity was suspected, they too were added to the bonfires of the Auto de Fe. So they were burned. Now, this is a table they have here, a list of crew aboard the Niña, the Pinta, and the Santa Maria. It says here the stars have the Sephardic name. So Jerez right here, Morales, Carpenter, Palos, Perez, Martinez, Nino, Calabres, Cuellar, Torres, Romero. All right, Romero family, one of the founding families of New Iberia, Louisiana. We're going to get into that video soon. Who were the new Iberian colonists, the Malagueños, as they were called. A lot of them were Acadians too already. The Romeros were one of the families there. The Peña, the Sanchez, Bermejo, which means red, just like the Bermejo Sea or the Gulf of California, which is the Red Sea, or the Bermejo Sea. There's Cristobal Caro, Triana, Sarmiento, Lorenzo, Diego, Perez again, Triana, Soria, Gutierrez, Arcos, Mendez, Vallejo, Nino, Sanchez, Rico, Ruiz, and so on. It says, following Colon's arrival in the New World, Spain established multiple settlements in North America, stretching from the Gulf of Mexico and along the Atlantic coast, as far north as Paris Island, South Carolina, Santa Elena Colony in 1566, 1587. Hernando de Soto and Juan Pardo led multiple expeditions during the 1540s and 1560s to the interior of what is now the southeastern United States. Concurrently, the French crown financed expeditions and military settlements at Charles Fort on the Virginia coast. Belatedly, the English Queen, Elizabeth, decided to enter the race to establish colonial ventures in this new land. Her favorite courtier, Walter Raleigh of Devon and Cornwall, organized a corporation to bring settlers to Chesapeake Bay area. Initial scouting expeditions for a location suitable for a trading colony were taken by Raleigh and his Portuguese pilot, Simon Fernandez. All right, so remember, Raleigh was also one of them, not just his pilot, who was very likely of Sephardic descent. They chose the North Carolina Outer Banks area, where Fernandez claimed to have extensive sailing experience from prior voyages with the Spanish merchants and the tradespeople from London, staffed the initial colony in 1585 and 1586. All right, remember, these were all Sephardic Jews and Moors, Muslim Moors. They were hardly the sturdy frontiersmen needed for such a venture into the wilderness. Remember, and they're telling you right here again, these weren't the type of people you would use to colonize. So they're again, they probably like, they don't know why they brought them, but we know it was because of the Inquisition. They were fleeing. But this paper proposes they had an urgent reason to seek employment opportunities outside of England. It says here, the first two Roanoke colonists. These are some of the names here: Antonio Roos, Marshall, Glandick, Tetcheman, Nugent, Stafford, Cleves, Walters, Gans, Brush, Fever, Bucker, Pollison, Constable, Vaughn, Booker, Harvey, Skellabs. All right, it says this article proposes that the reason for their desire to exit England was the threat of Spanish invasion, all right, in 1 or 2 years' time, and their ethnic status as Sephardic Jews In other words, if one were a converso merchant, tradesman in London, all right, if you were one of these colored people, Moorish Sephardic people in London, it was a good time to move west. All right, already many Portuguese and Bristol, England, fishing vessels were visiting the Atlantic coast regularly for cod fishing, while English privateers such as Drake, Gilbert, and Greenville were preying on Spanish silver galleons in the South Atlantic. Many of the crew members aboard these ships were in fact conversos, as the manifest indicate. All right. Concurrently, the same English voyages were venturing to the eastern Mediterranean, including trading in the Adriatic Sea, off the coast of Italy and Croatia, and even venturing to Morocco, where both Jews and Muslim Moors had fled from Spain. All right, so very important. Hope you guys don't get lost aboard. I know it's late. We've been here a while. We're almost done. All right. But they're letting you know that a lot of these so-called Italians and Croatians, even people in Morocco. So if they say the Moroccan Phyllis, the Morisco Moroccan, she could have been originally from Spain and ended up in Morocco, not originally from Morocco. Because remember, the lady in the beginning of the video said she doesn't even know how she got to London. She can't figure out how somebody named Phyllis Morisco, right, got to London. But she want to make up this whole African thing, slavery stuff, right? So very important again to remember that. So a lot of these so-called Croatians later on that were being sent to the colonies, a lot of them were already Moors that were living in Croatia. Remember, when they got expelled from Spain and Portugal, they ended up almost everywhere in Europe, especially these Protestant countries. All right, because that's where Jews and Muslim Moors had fled from Spain. Thus, an anti-Spanish pro-Sephardic Moor maritime network. A pro-Sephardic Moor maritime network existed stretching from southeastern Europe to North America. This would have made the shores of North America, especially those above Spanish Florida, a very desirable locale for maritime merchants and traders, and also for refugee families, all right? Refugee families. Other key players in the Roanoke ventures were Philip Amadas, beloved in Spanish, and Arthur Balowi, son of Lowy, and Hebrew, who, like Raleigh, were from the Cornwall region near Bristol, and who also extensive trading ties to Eastern Mediterranean. All right, Bristol. We're getting a lot of Bristol people here, right? What's so significant about Bristol? Well, Bristol and Liverpool had major black populations, so-called black populations. So in the 1700s, right, this is what Bristol's population was, all right? The black population of Bristol in the 18th century, Bristol branch of the Historical Association of University of Bristol, all right? We're going to get into this book as well. We got so much info. It's endless. All right. So as long as we got internet, we good, family. When take the internet off, then we should worry. Until then, we good. Now again, so a lot of these people were from the Cornwall region near Bristol, right? And who also had extensive trading ties with the Eastern Mediterranean. Additional participants included Arthur and John Fasci, whose surnames indicate they were Sephardic Jews from Fez, Morocco. Fasci, one from Fez, all right? Sephardic.co includes multiple spellings of this surname. Of the original 1585-1586 settlement at Roanoke, 15 men were left on shore under the administration of Master Kofar, a man named Chapman, while Raleigh returned to England to obtain additional colonists. The surname Chapman means trader, merchant, all right? That's what Chapman means. It's the trader merchant who's the merchants and is common among the Lumbee tribe, whom this paper investigates. The Lumbee tribe. Who this paper investigates. Interesting. These men seem to have gone missing by 1587, and when the next set of Roanoke colonists arrived, all right? All right, so this is deep, right? So past the emotions, past what people think, we're just trying to go with history and go where truth leads us, right? So obviously, it doesn't mean that they would only be like Sephardic Jews, because they would have to have mixed by, especially from then till now. We're talking about 1580s until 2000, like right now. That's a lot of mixing that happened after that. Of course, amongst indigenous people, who else is here, right? By 1587, London was teeming with foreigners. According to Quinn, many of them were in fear of their lives, running from the Spanish who had just invaded the Netherlands, where many Sephards and Moors were living in exile from Spain. The Armada was now rumored to be sailing for England within the year. From among these desperate persons, Raleigh collected his next group of settlers. They included goldsmiths, though no gold had been found along the Virginia coast, accountants, some attorneys, despite no court systems yet existing, a university lecturer, a tile maker, and happily for the colony survival, a farmer. So the best thing they brought was a farmer, because none of those other professions helped out at that time. So these were just random people who were just fleeing their persecution. They really didn't need to have any much use for them. So they had to work in the farm. Didn't matter if he was a university lecturer, he had to go work under the farmer eventually. They all had to learn from the farmer, right? Go back to the basics. They also included White's daughter and son-in-law, Ananias Dare, whose first name is Hebrew for compassion of God. This unlikely group of 150 men, women, and children were deposited at Roanoke on July 22nd, 1587. They soon made friends with a young Native American man, Monteo, from the nearby Croatoan tribe. Croatoan, all right? Croatoan. I don't know, but to me that sounds like Croatian. Croatian, but interesting, right? Croatoan tribe. The colonists made arrangements with John White, the colony's leader, to carve the word Croatoan or Croatan on their fort palisade if they decided to move to the village of these friendly savages. While White returned to England for supplies, a cross was to be carved as well if the colonists met with an emergency during his absence. As is well known, the Spanish Armada's attack on England in 1589 delayed White's return to voyage until 1590. So the Spanish actually did attack England. So these people got saved. But you see what it was the instructions? When he left, he told them, let me know where you guys are. If something bad happens, put a cross so I'll know that something bad happened, right? So when he returned, it says here, the Roanoke colonists were gone. The fort was in disrepair, and the word Croatoan was carved neatly on one of the palisades. There was no cross. White was joyful at this. He presumed that the settlers, which included his daughter's son-in-law and her child, were in safe hands. However, White was unable to locate them due to severe storms along the coast and had to return to England alone. All right? So that's the mystery of the lost Roanoke colony, who actually turned out to be people of color, Moors and Sephardic Jews. Did you guys know that? That's a big thing they forgot to mention to us, right? So now it's interesting because we know copper-colored tribes of America, right? We had every complexion here in America, right? We read the beginning in the video of what Rafinsky said. So we got people of color over here. We got people of color coming. They're friendly, right? So why wouldn't they help them survive? Why would they kill them? Or why did they start making up stories as we're about to read? Now it says here, at this point in the narrative that historians differ, some propose that the colonists were slain either by Chief Powhatan or other native tribes on the coast. Another possibility is that they were somehow located by the Spanish and killed. A third, more hopeful proposition is that the colonists merged with the Croatoan, now Lumbee tribe, all right? And that their descendants are still with us, all right? Their descendants are still with us. As Horn states, information gathered from local Indian peoples on both sides of the James River between 1607 and 1609 clearly indicated that survivors still lived in the interior of North Carolina. All right. So local sources from both sides of the James River confirmed that these people who settled in Roanoke had survivors in 1609 and 1607. David Quinn, Karen Cooperman, and James Horn proposed that the colonists may have split into two groups. One group continued up the coast toward the Chesapeake Bay, where most were later killed by hostile Native Americans under Powhatan. However, the second group is believed by these same researchers to have remained with the Croatans, as Quinn states. We are forced to accept as fact that they became Indians themselves. They became what? They became Indians themselves. Who? Moors, Sephardic, people of color, Black Europeans. We were forced to accept as a fact that these Black Europeans became Indian themselves, and their children and grandchildren wholly so as the centuries went on. So even more and more as longer they were here, right? It's not going to get diluted more with Sephardic. It's going to get more diluted with Indian blood, right? Well, that was the case, the case in my ancestry, even though we have a couple of these Sephardic conquistadors when they first got here. By the time it was so diluted with indigenous local that, it's just, I guess, what they call mestizo, right? Or what they call in America mulattoes, Creoles, right? Colored people, Negroes, so-called African Americans. It's the same thing. So they grouped a lot of people together based on complexion, is what I'm trying to tell you. They grouped, didn't matter if they were European or indigenous. They just started grouping you and disenfranchising people by their complexion. Similarly, Horn states, as the months turned into years, most of the settlers had probably resigned themselves to living with the Indians for the rest of their lives. They blended into Indian communities, making their homes and raising families with peoples they had found when the English thought them lost. All right? Because here the colony is founded, lost, and now dwelling in Robinson County, North Carolina. The focus of this study is on the group of Roanoke settlers who may have moved approximately 50 miles inward to live with the Croatan people, the tribe of friendly Monteo. Usually the historical narrative at this point focuses on whether the Roanoke colonists staying with the Croatan tribe survived. However, this article is going to take a sharp departure, while still answering the question and instead examining the identity of the Croatan tribe with whom they went to live. While some sources have proposed that the name Croatan may be an Algonquin for the taking place and not an actual tribal name, all right? Perhaps the truth is much more obvious. It was literally spelled out on the palisade of the departing colonists, Croatan. This was the term used in the 1500s for Croats or Croatians. Croats or Croatians. Using DNA evidence, this article suggests that the tribe of friendly savages the colonists went to deal with was composed at least in part of a Croatian men who had likely shipwrecked off the North Carolina coast some decades before and were likely known to be there by Raleigh, John White, and Simon Fernandez. Croatia in the 1500s. Again, earlier, we know that during the Inquisition, a lot of these Moors and Sephardic Jews, right, this was before the 1500s, ended up in Croatia. Right, so they're saying that Drake and all these people, Raleigh and all these people had the knowledge of these people shipwrecking over here in the 1500s. So that's why they decided to go to Roanoke. So because they already had some local help. These people that had shipwrecked had mixed in already with Indians and were living amongst the Indians. This is what they're saying here. Most Americans today likely think of Croatia as a small, inconsequential country, relatively poor, unsophisticated and powerless, located somewhere in the southeastern Europe. However, during the 1500s, Croatia, also known as Ragusa, was a formidable sea power, trading throughout the Mediterranean as well as with England, Scotland, and Ireland. It was several European founded colonies in South Central and North America. In the waters of the Atlantic coast, off the coast of Southeast, and in the Caribbean, Croatian sailors preyed upon Spanish treasure ships, right? They were pirates too. Again, don't look at them as Croatian like they're Sephardic Moors. They're just living in Croatia, just like people living in Holland, being called Dutch, just like Huguenots living in France. They're Moors, they're just called French. So Croatian sailors, they were pirates because they were preying on the Spanish treasures or the Catholic treasure ships, often collaborating with English privateers, engaged in the same activity. Who's these English privateers or pirates? Again, John Raleigh, Francis Drake, and all these people. They were also Moors and Sephardic Jews. We already got the drop, right? Again, a full circle. It's the same people. The principal Croatian port of Dubrovnik was the center of much of this activity. By the mid-1500s, Sephardic Jews exiled from Spain had reached the section of the Ottoman Empire nearest Croatia. All right, Ottoman is very close to Croatia, as well as the Italian city of Venice, just across the Adriatic Sea. It should be recalled that Christopher Colon was Italian, possibly of Jewish ancestry. All right, dodged a hijack. He was a Portuguese Sephardic Jew. His name might possibly be Salvador Fernandez Sarco. Thus, Italian Jews wishing to come to New World or to assist their co-religionists from Spain to do so would have been well aware of the opportunity for colonization in North America, which was by the late 1500s a safer destination than Mexico, Cuba, or South America. Notably, there were also multiple Croatian businessmen in London during the 1500s, working as part of the city's expanding international clientele of trading partners. All right, remember, it's all Sephardic Moorish people doing this. They just got tags now. They're Croatian, Slovenian, they're Italians, they're French, because they went everywhere when they got expelled. All right. Thus, it is probably from one or more of these sources that Raleigh and White learned of the existence of the Croatan colony prior to sending their own colonists to Roanoke. Croatian government archives mention a ship sailing toward North America around 1540, all right, carrying Sephardic Jews who had passed through the Ottoman Empire. All right, there's actual documents letting them know that they sent Sephardic Jews from Croatia in the 1540s. Another document makes the same claim and gives the date as 1558. In 1570, yet another Croatian vessel, or Croatian, is said to have sailed toward the North Atlantic coast carrying primarily Croatian sailors. All right, who's the sailors again? Which apparently wrecked near the Outer Banks. If this scenario, it would make great sense for the Roanoke colonists to make friends with the descendants of these earlier emigres, one of 3 generations later. In 1585, 1587, it also would be anticipated that Manteo would befriend the new arrivals from England, who, as this article proposes, were also of Sephardic affiliation. If this thesis is correct, one would expect the combined descendants of these persons to have Sephardic Jewish and possibly Croatian ancestry, especially if one of more of the Croatian ships had wrecked, making a return voyage impossible. This possibility is examined using DNA ancestry testing on contemporary populations of persons who claim descent from the early Roanoke colonists, the Lumbee Native American tribe of North Carolina. It says here the significance of modern DNA testing for historians and social scientists. Conjecture about the whereabouts of lost colonists, however romantic and appealing, remain at the level of wishful thinking unless there is concrete evidence to back it. For decades, such a speculation about Roanoke colony were dismissed because there was no supporting documents. However, unquestioned document supremacy is on the cusp of being eclipsed by human genetic science. An entirely new form of historical inscription is now available that can reveal the past without concern of forgery or incompleteness that plague artifacts and tests. Human DNA testing for ancestry identification was revolutionized. All right, so it goes on to this. All right, so how convenient and accurate is DNA testing? Are we talking about haploglues? Okay, so we're talking about Y chromosomes and mtDNAs. This is what this is described below. It says down here. Okay, so it says at present, academic commercial enterprises have greatly expanded the mapping of human origins to extend the virtually ethnic group, religious group, and nationality. Indigenous tribe has been tested and the results uploaded onto publicly accessible website. All right, so I guess they did all that, right? So it says mitochondrial DNA is transmitted from them. Okay, so it's explaining that. All right, so we know what mtDNA is. Y chromosome is one of the 20 pairs. Okay, so explaining Y chromosome. So it says all contemporary human men descend in paternal line from a man, a group of related men who lived approximately. Okay, so it's explaining that. So now it says the Lumbee tribe DNA study. For historians and social scientists, the use of DNA testing makes possible a paradigm shift in the Kuhnian sense of the term. The genetic origins of monarchs, conquerors, explorers, peoples, and populations of both the present and past cannot be ascertained if viable DNA samples are available. In the case of the Roanoke colonists and the Croatan people, this study proposes there is such a sample. The Lumbee Native American tribe of Robinson County, North Carolina, traces its ancestry to the Croatan Indians of Hatteras. All right. So we're going to get into this. The Hatteras, I believe, is the original name or the original people, later known as the Croatan. So the Hatteras might actually be the original people who mixed with the Croatians and then called Croatans. I don't know. Nobody knows because they say it's an Algonquin word where Croatan came about. But it sounds so much like Croatian, right? But the Hatteras were actually the real name of these people, the Hatteras. All right? That's what I want you guys to understand, that part. Furthermore, the Lumbee claimed to have absorbed a portion of the Roanoke colonists in 1588. Current tribal members carry 34 of the original surnames of the colonists, as shown in Table 3. In addition, the Lumbee carry names of Sephardic Jewish origin, see Table 4, as well as surnames of Croatian origin. All right, Roanoke colonist surname is found among the Lumbee Indians. Powell's, Patterson, Reverend, Sampson, Scott, Vickers, White, Willis, Williamson, Wood, Wright, Payne, Martin, Lucas, Lassie, Jones, Johnson, Howie, Harvey, Harris, Graham, Dial, Allen, Bennett, Berry, Brigger, Brown, Brooks, Butler, Chapman, Cole, Cooper, and Dare or Dari. Right? Lumbee names of Sephardic Jewish origin. All right. Chavis is in there. These, the Murray, Diaz, Brassel, Adams, Brasier, Hammond, Hernandez, Hyatt, Isaacs, Israel, Jacobs, Lovett, Leviner, Lowry, Lucas, Banetas, Demori, Rodriguez, Driggers, LC, Emmanuel, Flowers, Gandy, Grill, Harbor, Manetas, Mark Murray, Massey, Moore, Norris, Order, Morris, Petty, Perry, Pivia, Peavy, Farrell, Prevost, Quinto, Rains, Reeves, Rivas, Rosier, Sampson, Sanders, Santee, Sheriff, Simeon, and Valentine. All right. Lumbee names of Croatian origin: Cannon, Craddock, Five-ish, Goldsby, Gregerson, Gromes, Hagan, Igler, Kober, Camper, Kamirer, Koss, Scoggins, Shoemate, Sukosho, Stoller, and Wariax. All right. Central to this paper's thesis is that DNA testing of the 2,724 Lumbee trial members will indicate the presence of Sephardic Jewish male haplotypes, of Sephardic Jewish female haplotypes, and 3 male Croatian haplotypes. The Lumbee began their program DNA test in 2004 and it has continued to the present. Their website is publicly available online at Family Tree DNA Lumbee Project. All DNA test results are given in the project for registered tribal members. Table 6 displays the haploglyphs found among the men of the Lumbee tribe. As can be seen, only 8 men carry Native American haplotypes. Thus, it's suspected the Lumbee were likely hybridized early on by European arrivals, to the extent that the tribe now has only a very small element of male Native American ancestry. The Lumbee men also exhibit 74 sub-Saharan haplotypes, sub-Saharan, which likely represent incumbent slaves and freedmen from the colonial era onward. All right, so dodge the hijack with the slave stuff. All right. The GMA haplogroup carried by 2 Lumbee men is most common in Georgia and the Caucasus, while GL290 haplogroup carried by 14 male Lumbee are most common in Central Asia. This could be considered partial support for the presence of Croatian men among the Lumbee, although it's also possible that men with this haplotype are Sephardic Jewish ancestry. Among the Lumbee males, 83 carry I haplotype, These reached their highest concentration in Croatia and surrounding areas. The presence of G and I haplotypes of this level among the Lumbia support the hypothesis that a portion of the tribe does descend from Croatian sailors, most likely arriving during the mid-1500s. This would imply that Croatia succeeded in creating a settlement in the New World prior to the arrival of the English, Massachusetts, Virginia. Turning to haplogroup J1 and J2, as well as EL117, one finds there's a distinct presence of Middle Eastern and North African DNA among the Lumbee males. In fact, there are more Middle Eastern male lines among the Lumbee than there are Native American male lines. Moreover, there are 221 lines among the Lumbee men which carry RM512R1A1A haplotype. This haplotype is found in approximately 50% of male Ashkenazi Levites, a hereditary case within Judaism. In addition, the majority of the male Lumbee sample carries the RV88 succable of the RM269 haplogroup. This subcladal or subclade is most common in southeastern Europe and found among both Ashkenazi and Sephardic Jews. The RB88 DNA haplotypes provide additional support for ancestry from the Croatian area, as well as support for the presence of Sephardic Jews among the Roanoke colonists as hypothesized. Thus, the hypothesis is supported for the male portion of the Lumbee database. All right. So if there was like soldiers coming from Croatia, they would marry females, right? Female Indians. So just like the Acadians, and just like many of the conquistadors, and just like many of the Jacobite prisoners, and a lot of these indentured servants, they came alone and they married indigenous women. All right, the Acadians, remember, they had a whole program going with the Metis and Algonquin tribes, the Beltalk people up there. And down when they got to Louisiana, they were marrying Choctaw women. All right, so if you're talking about the male line, yeah, most likely a lot of these male lines might go back to the Sephardic and Moorish people. This table 7 provides a haplogroup. All right, sorry, I didn't see this. So this is a table right here. All right, so again, this is DNA stuff. How like and accurate is all this? You know, if you're into the whole haplotype stuff, well, here you go. All right. Now, who are they really testing? That's another question, right? So again, regarding the history, though, when we're talking about original indigenous people in the area, and when we're talking about original settlers, they straight on letting us know that these were Sephardic and Moorish people. All right. What does that translate to today when it comes to haplogroups and how they describe things? Well, that's a whole different story, right? It says here, table 7 below provides haplogroups for the female Lumbee lines. There are 20 female Native American lines among the Lumbee. All right. Again, there are 20 female Native American lines among the Lumbee, indicating that the maternal ancestry of the tribe is only slightly Native American. There was 121 sub-Saharan female samples in the Lumbee Project DNA database. 121 sub-Saharan. So I don't know if they mean, you know, that whole hijack West African thing, or if they're really actually talking about the Moors, you know, haplotypes, and they're calling that sub-Saharan. All right. So again, if you're into all this, this is what we break it down, and we try to see what they're really talking about. But they break down the table right here, as you can see. All right. And honestly, I don't see any West African stuff here. Honestly, I don't see any West African stuff here. The other haplogroups found among the Lumbee women are diverse and come from many parts of the globe. Among 216 female lines are the H haplogroup and its subclades. This indicates a European origin, but as can be seen, several of the subclades are most highly represented in Spain, which could indicate Sephardic Jewish ancestry. Consistent with this interpretation, there are 60 women who have JJ1, J2 haplotypes, which are Middle Eastern Jewish origin, indicating possible Muslim ancestry, and the 48 women in K haplotypes, which is common among Syrian Druze and in Bulgaria. Remarkably, there are also women whose haplotypes suggest that they may have originated in Pakistan and India. These may have arrived with Sephardic Portuguese sailors who traded with South Asians during the 1500s. Additional support for possible Muslim Jewish ancestry among the Lumbee comes from 43 women who have T2 haplotypes typically found in Saudi Arabia, and another 24 who have T1 haplotypes, which are most common in Central Asia and Iran. Finally, there are 56 Lumbee women who carry haplotype U5, which is most prevalent among the Berbers and Sami. All right. Again, so what West African DNA? Where's the West Africans? Hence, there is strong support for the thesis that not only Jewish, but likely also Muslim women became members of the Lumbee tribe. Obviously, this suggests that Muslims, females at least, may have made trips to the shores of North America prior to the arrival of the English. There are also 22 women who have haplotypes belonging to the I haplogroup and its subclades, which are found most commonly in the Carpathian Mountains. Their presence among the Lumbee prompts us to consider if the Croatians who ventured to North America in the 1500s may have included some families as well as male sailors. This would suggest that the Croatians were intended to form a permanent settlement and not just a trading colony. The interpretation above for both men and women are reinforced by specific haplotype matches. All right, and it keeps going. All right, so, for example, Jewish surname devised in Poland. He also carried Ashkenaz. Okay, so the Tambo. So it says Reeves matches several French and Italian Jewish surnames, indicating likely Sephardic ancestry, which would be consistent with the derivation of the Reeves surname from the Spanish surname Rivas. Cannon showed matches of persons now living in Armenia, Turkey, Qatar, and the United States Arab Emirates, as well as to several Gordon, Jordan, Jardine, Gardenov surnames, which are often Ashkenazi and Sephardic Jewish. Thus, this individual's ancestors could have been either Muslim or Jewish. Hayat actually means life in Hebrew, and matches for this Lumbee man in wide search showed Sephardic surnames in Spain and Portugal, as well as matches to likely Ashkenazi Jews in Eastern Europe. Now, you know, a lot of people already know, you know, the Lumbee is a mixture of a lot of things. I'm not just, you know, this is not just the first time a lot of you in the, you know, chat are hearing this. A lot of you told me already a lot of this. So, you know, this is just more, you know, and again, you know, this is just an article. I'm not saying this is definite proof or anything. Your spirit is your spirit. If you walk around and your vibe is more of that, if they're saying, even though they're saying 20% indigenous line, it might be a whole lot more than that, you know? So we got to dodge the hijack big time. But even though if your spirit rocks with that and that's you, that's you. That's you. If you rock more with, I'm this and I'm that, this is my land, and you're not an Indian and I'm this, and you got that hateful, colonizing, conquistador spirit, then that's what you rock with, you know? Even though you may have Indian in you too, you're just not using that spiritual part, that loving part, man. Bring it out. All right. All right, so DNA testing. Let's see here. After the American Revolution, the majority of North American colonists continued their British traditions, while those persons who were Native American, Spanish, French, or Croatian were relegated to remote localities of the continent, such as Oklahoma, southern Texas, Mexico, Acadian Canada, New Orleans, and Robinson County, North Carolina. Little Croatan Island, its ethnically mixed inhabitants, having migrated 50 miles inland and taken their seekers with them, was renamed Hatteras, and its true history overwritten with the celebration of British Jamestown. But the true ancestry of these early arrivals has lived on, rediscovered through the advance of human genetics. In New Mexico and southern Texas, the residents of counties and towns recently have learned that not only were their ancestors Spanish, they were also Sephardic Jews. The present research has shown that similar community likely existed on the outer banks of North Carolina. Furthermore, this community contained a variety of nationalities and ethnicities. The DNA of the Croatoan Lumbee tribe not only retains its Native American origins, all right, as well as the genes of Africans / the hijack brought to the New World as slaves. So they mean all these runaways, people, indentured servants, and Sephardic Jews and Moors who were runaway Huguenots, not Africans, right? This same tribe, it also carries a genetic record of male and female Sephardic Jews, all right? The same tribe also served as a lonely New World outpost for a group of male and female Balkan and likely also Muslim settlers who arrived on the shores of North Carolina prior to the first British efforts of colonization. Why was this not recognized sooner? There are several possible explanations. First, just as with the Converso inhabitants of New Spain, any secret Jews in Britain who sought passage to the New World would not have wanted their religious identities known outside of their group. To do so would invite discrimination and possibly even attacks by agents of the Spanish Inquisition, which at the time were actively operating along the North American coast. As a result, many anglicized their names, disguised their religious practices. This was not uncommon during the 1500s. For example, Juan Caboto became John Cabot, Diaz became Day, Fernandez claimed to be Portuguese, not Spanish, and Ferdinand Vos Olmos became Dulmos. All right? They became what? Assimilating. Millions, crypto hiding crypto. Second, entrepreneurs such as Raleigh, Drake, Hawkins, and Greenville understood the political importance of maintaining a British Protestant cloak over their settlements and ventures, all right? They had to say they were British and Protestants, but it was just a cloak. It was a matter of national pride for less powerful late arriving England to be seen as sending competent colonists and administrators to their New World settlements. Who wants to admit using desperate refugees as one's representatives on the world stage? All right, that's how they're putting it. But yeah, a lot of them were very desperate refugees. All right, again, people of color. Of course, it also very likely that the Spanish court well knew there were superficially Catholic adherents among those they sent to the New World settlements, but as long as they were discreet, it was largely overlooked. Besides, why risk high-ranking, pure-blooded Spanish aristocrats on such hazardous ventures? All right, that's a good point. Hence, questionable Catholics such as Juan Pardo and Hernando de Soto led the way to Spain discoveries in North America. Again, questionable Catholics. These were crypto Jews, crypto Muslims. Yeah, de Soto, Juan Pardo. Juan Pardo was actually a black conquistador. That's known. You can Google that right now. Spanish settled Cuba is now widely known to have harbored a colonial population largely composed of Converso Catholics, as does Puerto Rico. Why not Converso Protestants in North Carolina? All right, why not? Map of the global distribution of male and female ancestors. All right, so got the white haplogroup stuff here. All right. All right. Yeah. Okay. These are the little graphs here. All right. All right, just going over these haplogroup charts according to mainstream, right? Okay. So appendix B, specific male surnames DNA matches, all right? And it goes on. All right. So Perry, a lot of these are Sephardic Jewish Moorish names. Dodd, like Wally Dodd. All right, so that's the end of this article. So I just wanted to read this article again. Would you enjoyed that? Also had this one here. It says, what happened to the Sephardic Jewish colonists? This is from Access Genealogy, great website, especially for indigenous tribes and stuff like that, information on that. But they also have an article on the Sephardic Jewish colonists. There has never been a scientific study to determine the post-colonial history of the Sephardic communities in southern Piedmont and Appalachians. Anything that can be said must be in the realm of speculation. Based on the known cultural history of the Southeast during the colonial and antebellum eras, the only significant religious-based persecution in the lower Southeast was between the Sephardic Jews and the Ashkenazi Jews from Eastern Europe. A Protestant minister in Savannah wrote, some Jews in Savannah complained that the Spanish and Portuguese Jews should persecute the German Jews in a way no Christian would persecute another Christian. One of the biggest obstacles to trace an early Sephardic Jewish colonists in the Appalachians is the general acceptance that Jewish citizens received in the Southeast. Unlike the situation in Spanish and French colonies, they were not forbidden entry. Unlike in the North, Jewish settlers were not pressured into ghettos of large cities. However, for many decades, the only Southern synagogues were in old colonial cities such as Savannah, Charleston, Wilmington, and Richmond. Most of the Jewish immigrants were dispersed as individual families across the landscape of the Southeast, towns and plantations, all right? In the towns and plantations of the Southeast, the earliest Jewish settlers were Sephardim. German and Eastern European Jews followed, all right? They followed after. The first were Sephardi. Again, they were Sephardic people of color. There was apparently little social stigma in the Old South toward marriage between affluent Jews and Christians. Several prominent Christian and Jewish leaders of that era embarked on happy marriages and with spouses of their other religion. Some of their children became Christian, some became Jewish, all carried forward a general tolerance of both faiths. Many, if not most, early Jewish settlers who were in isolated small southern towns eventually became Methodists. Again, they became what? Methodists, Presbyterians, Congregationalists, or Unitarians, all right? Again, who set up all these congregations and churches? By the late 20th century, their descendants probably were not aware of their Jewish heritage. Guess what? Yeah, we all forgot about all this. The Sephardic Jews were often professionals and scholars in Spain, Portugal, and the Netherlands. Their skills were needed and welcome in the agricultural economy of the South. Sephardic Jewish doctors, dentists, lawyers, printers, builders, and accountants established business in hundreds of towns throughout the Southeast, especially in Georgia, Louisiana, and eastern Texas. A Jewish doctor, Albert Moses Levy, was a surgeon for the New Orleans Greys when they helped capture San Antonio de Bexar and the Alamo. He later served in the Republic of Texas Navy. The Jewish immigrants also became politicians. Mordecai Sheftall of Savannah was the highest ranking official in the Revolutionary period American government, all right? This is a person of color, right? Sephardic Jew. Francis Salvador, a Sephardi in South Carolina, was the first Jew to be elected to a colonial legislature. A few years later, he would become a hero of the Revolution. The British unleashed a massive attack by the Cherokees on July 1st against the frontier settlements of South Carolina. In 1776, in hopes of discouraging approval of the Declaration of Independence, patriots, neutrals, and loyalists were massacred alive. All right, alike. On that day, Francis Salvador galloped his horse for over 28 miles to warn the frontier militia that the Cherokee raiders were coming. A month later, 2 captured Tories led the military army into traps set by Tories and Cherokees from the village of Seneca. Salvador was wounded and fell into the brush. He was scalped by the Cherokees, left for dead, but then rescued by the victorious South Carolina militia. He died the next day. One of Georgia's first governors, David Emanuel, was a Sephardic Jew. All right, Georgia. Later in life became a Presbyterian, but of course, genetically, he was still Jewish. David Julie was a Sephardic Jew from Florida who became the first Jewish United States Senator. The second Jewish United States Senator was Benjamin Judah, representing the state of Louisiana. All right? Judah was a Sephardic Jew who was born in St. Croix in the Virgin Islands. He grew up in North Carolina and South Carolina. After graduation from college, married a Creole belle. He married a person of color, right? Because he was a person of color, and moved to Louisiana, right? So they became free people of color in Louisiana. Judah later became the first Jew and served in the president's cabinet as Secretary of War and later Attorney General. All right, that's Confederate President Jefferson Davis' cabinet, of course. All right, Confederate. There would not be a Jewish member of the United States cabinet until 1906. All right. So we're reading articles and books. How are we being racist? Like are you talking about? Yeah, you got a right to access genealogy. Tell them they're racist. Go ahead and tell them they're racist. Yeah. See a couple trolls in here. Welcome. I know. This information hurts, I know. North and South Carolina Jewish colonists. From its beginning in 1670, the colony of Carolina permitted Jews to immigrate there. The first specific mention of Jewish colonists, however, was in 1695. Presumably the Sephardic Jewish families living in the Piedmont and coastal plain prior to the English settlement either intermarried so much with Native Americans that they were viewed as such or assimilated into the Anglo-Celtic culture. There are isolated rural pockets of Carolinians that still claim Portuguese ancestry. No formal Jewish congregation existed in the Carolinas until 1749. Congregation Kahal Kadosh Beth Elohim was founded in that year, but initially met for prayer services in homes. The majority of its founders were Sephardic Jews, okay? Not Ashkenazi, German, Ukrainian, Israelis. No, they were Sephardic. Sephardic Jews, we already got the primary sources in the beginning of this video and other videos, and we know that the general consensus of the time was describing the Sephardic Jews and the Moors of people of very dark complexion, so-called Negro people, all right? There's nothing racist about what we're reading. We're correcting history. If that makes you uncomfortable and you gotta say we're racist, then, you know, that's your problem, you know? By 1824, the synagogue's members had become so assimilated that they requested that the Orthodox Sephardic liturgy be replaced by prayers and sermons in English. This synagogue is considered to be the founder of Reform Judaism. North Carolina's official histories completely omit the existence of early Jewish settlers in their state. All right, they lie. They don't even tell you about this history. So North Carolina's official histories, they completely omit the existence of early Jewish settlers, right? Sephardic people, Moorish people. Officially, the first Jew to arrive was Aaron Moses in 1740. In contrast, James Adair stated in his book, James Adair, also Hugenotish, Sephardic crypto Jew, Adair, we already got that. Adair is a crypto name. The history of the American Indians, right? James Adair wrote a great book, right? He dedicated a whole book to trying to prove the Indians of the lost tribes of Israel. All right, a Sephardic Jew. All right, so it says the history of the American Indians that several hundred Cherokee living in North Carolina mountains spoke an ancient Jewish language that was nearly unintelligible to Jews from England and Holland. All right, that's what James Adair wrote in the 1700s. From this observation, Adair extrapolated a belief that all Native Americans were descendants of the 10 lost tribes of Israel. You see, I didn't make that up. That's him. That's just one source, all right? We got many sources of different people that never met each other, kind of saying, correlating the same things. Obviously, it's not all the tribes, because we don't generalize like that. So, but he just, you know, he lived amongst the Indians for 40 years. Did you know that? Surviving British colonial archives strongly suggest that Spanish-speaking settlers in the mountains of western North Carolina were viewed by colonial authorities in Charleston as enemies. In the late 1600s and early 1700s, South Carolina authorities controlled trade with the Cherokees of the western North Carolina mountains and claimed northern Georgia until 1785. In two surviving accounts, the Cherokee bragged to South Carolina officials that they had killed or driven out Spanish-speaking villagers that appeared to have been Orthodox Jews. All right. It is likely that all male Spanish-speaking Jewish colonists in the North Carolina mountains were either killed or driven out during the Queen Anne's War with Spain. All right. So they're assuming here, right? Or the early phase of the Yamasee War in 1715. Several Jewish men were known to have become Indian traders. All right. Those based in South Carolina who were in Cherokee territory at the time were definitely killed. Oh, they were definitely killed. Why? None of them could have made, you know, an alliance and met a beautiful indigenous woman or had a family or just lived on with their own family or moved somewhere else. They all had to have been killed. Female and juvenile Jewish captives may have been incorporated into Cherokee communities. There you go. It was typical of the Recohokans, Westos, and Cherokees to kill all adult and teenage males when capturing a village. All right, so they might have kept the females. And the youth, the attitude of General James Edward Oglethorpe, leader of the Georgia colony, was very clear. Sephardic Jews were viewed as strong supporters of Great Britain, arch enemies of Spain, and valuable cultural assets to the colony. So let's break that down now that we have a whole understanding, right? So they were allies to Great Britain because Great Britain is Protestant at the time, right? And Spain is Catholic, so that's why they're arch enemies. So Sephardic Jews were really Moorish people, same people that being kicked out of Spain, right? So England has the same enemies because they're Protestant. Portuguese Spanish-speaking Jews arrived in Savannah in 1733, the same year that the colony of Georgia was founded. All right, same year Georgia was founded is when the Jews got there. What a coincidence! Congregation Kahal Kadosh Mikal Israel was founded in 1735. It is the third oldest synagogue in North America. Savannah's first medical doctor was a Portuguese Jew named Samuel Nunez. What do we know about the Portuguese Jews? Remember the beginning of this video, right? Break the spell, yeah. It sounds racist, but it's not. We're just correcting history. Yeah, he was a person of color. Again, the general consensus is that Portuguese Jews were very dark-skinned. Do I have to go back to the sources in the beginning of this video? His former job was court physician to the King of Portugal. During the war with Spain in 1742-1745, most Sephardic Jews left Savannah when Spanish troops invaded Georgia. They feared that they would be burned at the stake. Why would they be burned at the stake, right? Because they were, again, Spain, well, Spaniards was they meant Catholics, right? A few Sephardim returned to Savannah after a combined army of Georgia, Colonial militia, and Creek Indians defeated the Spanish. All right. So what? A Colonial militia and Creek Indians coming together to defeat Catholics. However, thereafter, the congregation contained a higher percentage of Ashkenazi Jews. So later on, then came the Ashkenazi. All right. This is just history. This is very little information in the Georgia Colonial Archives about what was going on in northern Georgia during the period from 1733 to 1776. To date, no mention has been found of Jewish residents in the region during that period. The Creek-Cherokee War flared intermittently between 1750 and 1754, often making the Georgia mountains a battleground. Creek towns were fortified, so Cherokee attacks were always on bands of Creek hunters or travelers. In contrast, the Creeks invariably attacked the unfortified Cherokee villages. There is no record of Creeks killing or driving out Jewish settlers. Various branches of the Creeks, such as the Coosa, Coweta, the Appalachie, the Oconee, occupied most of the Georgia mountains. But Georgia maps also show Chickasaw, Yushi, and Savannah or Shawnee communities. All but a few geographical place names in the region are Muskogean in origin, but include the names of tribes such as the Sawati or Saute, the Ino, Mount Enota, Tenasa, the Tesnate Mountain, and the Soke River that were Muskogean indigenous to South Carolina. Many tribes could have contained people of Jewish ancestry, all right? Big one, all right? That's true. That's what I've been trying to explain to everybody. So a lot of these so-called Sephardic Jews could have mixed in with these tribes is what they're letting you know. So a lot of these tribal people, again, could have contained people of Jewish ancestry. It's quite probable, given the Creek tradition of absorbing minorities, but not known for certain. James Adair's 10 Lost Tribes of Israel. Hey, hello, thanks for coming through. The appearance of a definite Jewish DNA in some Cherokees, Melungeons, and Creeks have caused a renewed interest in James Adair. As stated earlier in his book, History of the American Indians, dwells on his theory that the Southeastern Indians were descendants of the lost 10 tribes of Israel. There's also some evidence that there were Jewish families living in the Chickasaw territory of extreme northwestern Georgia. This is because the statements made by Indian trader James Adair, his Chickasaw wife of partial Jewish heritage, that gave her some Caucasian features. So he was married to a Chickasaw woman who happened to be also a little bit Sephardic. All right. When the Cherokees attacked South Carolina, frontier in 1776, Adair moved his wife and mixed heritage family to Ophluga Creek near present-day Adairsville, Georgia, northwest Georgia. The location was supposedly near her relatives. Does that mean that there were Sephardic or mixed-blood Sephardic Native American settlers in northwest Georgia? The books are silent, of course. However, Adairsville is on the edge of Georgia's Gold Belt. Spanish weapons, armor, jewelry, and pottery have been found in the region where Adairsville is located. The South Carolina and Wikipedia versions of Adair's life have him living most of the time at a farmstead in Lawrence County, South Carolina, and an in-depth investigation of his life by a professional historian and also the Alabama Encyclopedia state that he spent very little time in South Carolina after 1745, and his whereabouts after 1775 cannot be verified. His real last name may have not been Adair, as his claimed birth in Antrim County, Ireland in 1709 has not been confirmed. It is known that before the Revolution, he spent much time as New Windsor, a Chickasaw village on the upper Savannah River in northeast Georgia. In the French and Indian War, he was a lieutenant in a command of a company of northwest Georgia, northeast Alabama Chickasaws. All right, he was a lieutenant. You heard that? Of some Chickasaws who fought the Cherokees. From his own statements, it is known that he also spent some periods of time at the Holston River settlements, but spent much of the time between 1763 and 1775 working on his book about the Southeastern Indians. All right, so again, that's a very good book, I think. A lot of drop. I mean, at least, you can. If you want to say it's made up, then we can't really trust any history then. But it's a primary source because it's a first-hand account, right? He was there, living with them, and it's one of the primary sources they use in school. All right, so again, Adair, we already know the name Adair goes back to be traced to the Sephardic Moorish people. All right, it says Adair's mixed heritage son stayed in Georgia, where they operated grist mills, forges, and lumber mills. When the Cherokees moved into northwest Georgia in the 1780s, the Adair brothers remained. They became leaders of the Cherokee Nation. All right, what? Who? The Adair brothers, right? Sephardic Jews. They became leaders of the Cherokee Nation. All right. Adair is still a prominent name among both the Cherokee and Creek nations in Oklahoma. All right. What particularly intrigues researchers is Adair's extensive knowledge of the Jewish language and writing system. He knew both archaic Hebrew and late medieval Hebrew. He was obviously a well-educated man. This should not have been the case for a man who spent his adult life in a frontier log cabin. There's also evidence that on arrival in America, he immediately went to Holston River Valley, which at the time had no white inhabitants, according to official American history. Okay? Was James Adair actually a Sephardic Jew who wrote his book to attract other European Jews to Tennessee? Most likely, yes. I'm talking about the book, but he was definitely a Sephardic Jew. The jury is still out deliberating on that question. Came in as a Huguenot, Tennessee Jewish colonist. The Tennessee Encyclopedia of History and Culture opened an article on Jewish settlement in Tennessee by Peter J. Haas, with the following statement. The earliest Jewish settlers arrived in Tennessee in the 1830s and 1840s, having fled the political turmoil of German-speaking areas with other Central Europeans. There is no mention of the early Sephardic settlements in the state. Another article in this online encyclopedia on the Melungeon by Ann Toplovich of Tennessee Historical Society mentions the possible Portuguese and Moorish ancestry of the Melungeons, but does not mention that virtually all the Portuguese colonies in the Southeast were actually Sephardic Jews. All right. So a lot of the time when they're basically telling you in this paragraph that a lot of time when they're telling you this history, they're leaving out a lot. Apparently, unlike the situation in Georgia, where Sephardic Jews played a significant role in the early history of the state, the Tennessee Sephardim did not, or at least they disappeared from the cultural radar screen. Did these Jewish Tennesseans change their names, change their religion, or move away? It is absolutely certain that Sephardic Jews were originally in northeastern Tennessee. Eyewitness accounts from the late 1700s, such as those from Colonel John Tipton and Colonel John Sevier, are reliable proof that during that era, there were still large numbers of Spanish or Portuguese speaking Jews in northeastern Tennessee, right? Eyewitness reports from the late 1600s also placed Orthodox or Catholic Christians in northeastern Tennessee, but they were apparently gone by the late 1700s. They possibly left when the Cherokees organized into a tribe. So they're not ancient. All right, this is not new. We know Cherokee, as a good friend put it, was kind of like a confederation of a lot of different people coming together, different indigenous people, different Sephardic, traders and all that. Now it says here, they possibly left when the Cherokees organized into a tribe or when France lost the French and Indian War, as will be discussed later. They may well have been chased out by English subjects of Sephardic Jewish ancestry. The Sephardim hated the Spanish and Portuguese Catholics. All right? There would not have been as much hostility toward Orthodox Christians, however. The Sephardim and Protestants had been political allies since the mid-1500s, all right? Sephardi's and Protestants allies, all right? Again, because they're the same people. Who's a Protestant? The most likely explanation of the fate of the Sephardic settlers of Tennessee is that they moved down into Alabama or to newly available lands along the Mississippi River after the United States purchased the Louisiana Territory. Perhaps they didn't have clear titles to their Tennessee farms and were evicted by real estate speculators with political connections, all right? France had so now that, and these people of color losing land, this is what they didn't have titles. What's going on here? All right, something to look into. France had attempted to block Protestants and Jews from settling in Canada and Louisiana. Suddenly, Jews could settle anywhere in the vast Louisiana territory. Jews involved in commerce were particularly attracted to St. Louis and New Orleans, right? Jews, right? Just like Acadians, right? Everybody else, a lot of these Sephardic Moorish people ended up in Louisiana. Sephardic Jews living in remote valleys may have continued to live there. A member of the People of One Fire Research Alliance confided with the author that she always knew that there was something different about her family. She grew up in northeastern Tennessee. Her family elders were very vague as to when they arrived in Tennessee, but it was obviously very early. None of her extended family attended church, but prayed daily to God. In fact, many of her relatives were quite spiritual and devout. When she asked her mother why they didn't go to church in town like her friends at school, she was told, "Our family does not observe Sunday as holy day like the folks in town do." When asked about their dark hair and eyes, the woman's parents told her that they were part Indian, but didn't say which Indians. The family had special prayer services around Easter, but not on Easter Sunday. In retrospect, the woman realized that her family was probably descended from Sephardic Jews. It says here, the cryptic history of Tennessee. In contrast to the official histories of Tennessee, written by university history professors, the articles written by genealogists and local historians abound with references to Tennessee's Jewish settlers living in eastern Tennessee before the American Revolution. Several online web pages describe the Holston River Valley as the original homeland of the Jews in America. Research by Elizabeth Hirschman confirms this tradition. All right, the Holston River Valley. Look into that. The Watauga settlement was founded in 1772 on lands along the Holston River in what is now northeastern Tennessee. The official story is that the lands were bought from Cherokee chiefs. However, these lands were by royal proclamation in 1763 off limits from white settlement, even though English subjects had been living there since before 1650. All right. Official American history state that Watauga settlement was more or less a spontaneous entity created by illiterate, land-hungry Englishmen. There is no explanation in the official history why neither South Carolina nor North Carolina dispatched military units to evict the Watauga settlers, right? So basically letting us know, why did they remove all these people all of a sudden? What's the whole mystery there? It seems like these were Sephardic Moorish people. They might have been moving in Indians, you know? Dr. Elizabeth Hirschman of Rutgers University has thoroughly researched the family histories of several of the pioneers who founded Tennessee. Many of them, such as Daniel Boone and John Sevier, had Jewish roots or even had changed their Jewish names to English forms. She also discovered that land acquisition from the Watauga settlement and the state of Franklin of northern Tennessee was funded by wealthy Sephardic Jews living in London. The Watauga settlement was not a spontaneous event. Germans from the Shenandoah Valley flooded into the northeastern Tennessee in 1780s, led by John Tipton and John Sevier. What Hirschman suspected was that among those Germans from Shenandoah County, Virginia, were many Dutch Jews. She was correct in her suspicion, right? Yeah, she was right. And who's these Dutch Jews? We already know the whole story, right? This fact was discussed in chapter 1, that John Sevier was probably of Jewish heritage, makes her theory even more plausible. And we've reached the end of this article, all right? And actually, we've kind of reached the end of today's presentation. All right, so yeah, a lot of information I just wanted to get across to you guys and read together and build. A lot of this I didn't read before today. I was like, I'm gonna read this live. It looks like a good article. So again, we get the babies out. We pull the babies out of everything of this. We're getting a clearer picture. I hope we are starting to. I hope everybody's really starting to. Why there were so many colored soldiers in Virginia and all this stuff, and were all of them just Indians? Might have been a lot more than just Indians. So we got a whole history that was left out of Moorish Sephardic Jews, who were the real actual colonists, really, in America, and that was kept from us. Hope you guys enjoyed today's presentation. Again, let me just hold on, go back to the. If you're new to the channel, it's been a long journey. It's been a really long journey, but it's been a great journey. I guess it says here 4 years ago. All right. So if you're new to the channel, we've been learning a lot. We're learning a whole lot. So we ain't trying to kills anybody's hopes of not being Indian or anything. This presentation has nothing to do with that. All right. You cannot rule out the Indian at all. You cannot rule out the Indian at all. What I'm trying to say is you gotta also include this other part that may be in your ancestry. All right. And it's not just to make somebody a Moor or Black European. It's your ancestors, right? You want to honor all your ancestors, right? A lot of you guys honor the ancestors, but are you honoring all the ancestors? Are you really honoring all the ancestors? Oh, shout out to Vizo Breeze for this beat. Little sample he sends me here and there. Yeah, so go into the archives here. We got a lot of information in these videos, and if you're new and I'm trying to understand, why to some of you it may sound racist, but you don't understand the whole journey we've taken. Just trying to correct history here. And once again, thanks a lot for tuning in. Again, if you enjoyed, this presentation and others, I got my Patreon here page. I share a lot of things here. For those who are willing to support. It's not easy putting this together with the little bit of time I got. I'm still, working. I got a day job and all that. Especially now, YouTube had me do my taxes. I'm not even in the States. And they're taking like $400 to $500, like right away. Like as soon as they pay me, like, wow. I'm like, jeez. So it's just like, and I can't even get that back. I can't do my taxes from here. There's no way for me to claim that. So yeah, they're making it difficult. They don't want this information. They want to kind of discourage me from continuing this here. And but I'm gonna keep doing it because it was never about that. So if you like to help me though, for what I do, this is a way. It's just like having a Netflix subscription or anything. It's a monthly thing. You could do it once. You can do it a couple months. You can, any amount. Well, I just want you to know I share a lot of stuff in here. If you do, just like this magazine right here, ready to download. So that's just my Patreon page. Is again, patreon.com/Curimeo. Thanks J9 for putting the link in the description. All right. Also been helping a lot of people with their genealogy. If anybody's interested, and again, if you do contact me or have contacted me about it already, I am going to get back to you if I haven't. Promise you. Right now I'm booked up all the way till November, October. It's a long waiting list. A lot of people ahead been waiting. A lot of people wait 2 or 3 months just to get the session going. All right. So, but if you're interested, just holler at me. Let me know you need some help. And I'm really mean it, help. I don't mean like I want to charge you. I mean help. All right. Check out the previous videos again, just for a full understanding. If you're new, thank you once again for being here. Appreciate all you guys. I got a lot of good videos coming. All these videos that I've been doing recently, I wasn't even planning on doing them. Just information is just coming out that helping me understand things a lot better, and to be able to do better videos that I was going to bring out. I'm actually going to do them a lot better because I have a better understanding of what I'm actually speaking of. So, hope you guys are going to enjoy those as well. Looking forward to that. Thank you for all the support. You guys encourage me to keep going. All right. So, thank you. I got my garden going. I'm going to show you guys my garden soon. My house is kind of falling apart. They didn't build it right when it first constructed. It was built really bad. So over the years, it hasn't. So I'm kind of remodeling. I've been doing a lot of that work and doing my day job and working on my garden, and just hopefully just trying to continue the videos too. Don't want to make you guys wait too much. And I got so much to still show. It's just too much going back even to other things like, America and the indigenous truth here, and the America's a true old world. We're going to get back into all that vibe again. Just we got to have the whole 360-degree view though, right? A clear perspective, right? A very clear knowing thyself. All right. So I hope, again, you guys enjoyed this presentation. And I guess that's it. That's a wrap. I'm about to go to bed. Thank you for tuning in. This has been a history of the Sephardic experience, right? In Europe and its connection to America, the crypto, Converso, Marrano, Moriscos, Huguenots, Protestants, Moors, and Indians. Again, thanks for tuning in. Just a second. One of these songs, there we go. We're gonna leave this song on the way out just to jam a little bit. I love you guys. I'm really tired, actually. I don't even know what to say. Been reading a lot for the last 4 or 5 hours, right? 3 or 4 hours, I don't know how long. But either way, thank you for tuning in. Much love and respect. Pura vida. Shout out to Drop Nation. Support Drop. He's trying to build, the fence for Joy World, man. Sponsor him, man. Sponsor that. That's a great thing. Yeah, shout out to my Catawba brothers out there. Even the Moorish brothers out there, I'm just proving you guys right a lot of the time, just like you guys are, a lot of you are Moors, Pura vida, mi gente. Pura vida, my people. Pura vida desde Costa Rica, all the way from Mesoamerica. Paradise. I appreciate all of you guys. Thank you. It was fun today. I had fun reading this and learning with you guys. I have more fun when I build and I read this with somebody. I hate knowing this to myself. I can't keep none of this to myself. I want you guys to know it right away. Sometimes I got to sit down and do a video and edit it and put it together just so it can come out right. Presentation form, But I like going live too. I like to have you guys there live and just, reading. It's not easy, but it's become so much fun reading now. All right. So again, pura vida, mi gente. Shalom. Shalom. Hawa. Wa. Hawa. Yo, DJ, Pull it back, DJ. Pull it back, DJ. Yeah. Pura vida. Mucho amor, mi gente. Much love.